There's something about you and I don't know why. I can't think straight when I look into your eyes. You know how to play it right, yeah, you took me by surprise. The way you're talking sounds like it's another long night. Yeah, your mustache tickles my nutsack, baby. You know that's fine with me. You said you wanna cover my face with love, so maybe I'll find out it's he. So throw it back, yeah, just like that. You know just how to do it, that ass is fat. Yeah, we can go fast, we can take it slow. Got you clawing my back, I'm your little ho-oh-oh. He spreads my cheeks and he makes me scream. He's my number one daddy, gonna make him cream inside of me. Just keep riding me. When I'm slapping him down, it's my favorite sound. He let out a little moan, what a beautiful tone, so softly. Just keep riding me. So let's go talk about it. You look so sexy when your hands are wrapped around it. Flip me over, be my meetup while you pound it. While you pound it. You got away with your words and a big fat cock. And I don't care if it hurts, no, don't you stop. I know I've been a bad boy, tonight you're top. So let's just do what we do, I love the way that you move. I'll be your king or your queen, whatever you want me to be. It doesn't matter to me, just keep on fucking me deep. Yeah, baby, let's make a movie and let's make it juicy. I've been waiting for it long enough, now it's time. He spreads my cheeks and he makes me scream. He's my number one daddy, gonna make him cream inside of me. Just keep riding me. When I'm slapping him down, it's my favorite sound. He let out a little moan, what a beautiful tone, so softly. Just keep riding me.
Alright, we are just doing one game tonight because it is 10 or it's 11 actually. It's 11 o'clock. It is 11 o'clock. Okay, I mean we'll have the gay on the background, I suppose. This isn't even a gay. This is like the one non-gay song. There we go. How's everyone doing? Okay, we are back on the main computer. Okay, we are here. We have the Minecraft parkour back. Let's see. Okay, what if I honestly forgot my OBS on here was set up because of my laptop. It wasn't, so I just like never had anything like beyond just one source, so I couldn't like swap shit. Okay, there he is. Okay, and like Collins. Look at that. Oh, there he is. Okay. So. Okay, we are here. Okay. Now, realistically, the topic I have to go over that I want to is gonna take maybe like 20 minutes to go over. Okay. Now, we might have more. We might have more. Okay. But we'll see. Where? I know what's his name. Gilded Pooh asked if anyone wants to play Halo. Is Gilded Pooh streaming? Let me see. Is he streaming? Oh, he is. I mean, he's streaming on the same topic. I saw that. But I decided this is going to be the topic before he even started streaming and before he even advertised the stream, so he can lick my asshole. Dude, Dude, I pull up Gilded stream. It is Gilded watching Aiden watch Beckett watch Aiden. Watch Gilded. Or no, never mind. Scratch the last part. But it's a reaction of a reaction to a reaction of Aiden. So. But yeah, because I don't feel like this is like a long topic. Like, I don't think I can pull a fucking Gilded and react to it for 2 hours. But you know what? I don't know. let's see. I think there is VODs of Aiden talking about it. Let's see. He has a stream from a day ago talking about it. Okay, he did 2 streams. Yesterday's and then the one from 20 hours ago, like this morning. Or I guess the one from last night. Or I guess it'd be early this morning. So is that it? Okay. We can watch this one. Actually, we'll just pull both of them. We'll be a good streamer for once. Okay. I don't think I'm going to watch. Dude, Aiden had an 11-hour stream? Hello? I mean, if someone could get timestamps for me, because we're gonna, like, I cannot. I didn't know it was an 11-hour fucking stream. Unless I opened the wrong one. I might have opened the wrong one. I think I opened the wrong one. I think I opened the wrong one. No, I didn't. Or no, I did. Okay, good. Thank Jesus. I just opened the wrong fucking one. Okay. He did have an 11-hour stream like 4 or 5 days ago. No, that's absurd. But luckily, it's not what I need. Okay, so he starts this stream, the one from yesterday. Yeah, 3 hours. So he's going through the tweets. I don't know if there's any hotspots that matter. Yeah, I see that, at least in yesterday's, so the one that's like 2 days ago now, sorry. It's 3 hours long. It looks like the whole beginning part he's talking, the whole stream's about Beckett, it looks like. Except for the end is about Fantana. So. Some shit about Dan. Okay. So. Yeah, so I have an order. Let me find the OG tweet. And guys, I just want to let this be known. This all started from Beckett replying to a Starbase Denal tweet. Like, Denal really fucking up Aiden's world right now. I can turn my AC back on. Okay. So on Aiden's page, Aiden's been retweeting a lot of shit. He's riding the wave, man. And comment has, okay. Is that the one I have pulled up right now? Yeah, okay. Awesome. Okay. I'm getting the tweets pulled up. Okay, I'm getting distracted by the game. There we go. Okay. It's getting hot. I have to turn my AC on. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I die. Okay. I like the stream. Okay. I guess, I mean... what's this? This is an iNut stream. Hello? a few things I can talk about, that would be kind of awesome. So, but yeah, let me finish pulling up tweets um of this shit. I mean, I feel like it's all more archived on Beckett's Twitter, easier for me to like get through it. Okay, yeah. Hold up. We have found it. We have found it. So, okay. Yes. It's been too long since I've done this shit. Yeah. Then I can do that. Okay. So, as we see, Beckett retweets or quote tweets fucking Denal, right? This is what I was talking about. They had a conversation, so they didn't record it. Their whole thing was more to do with targeting his wife and how obsessed it became on the topic, which is true. Aiden was very obsessive. I feel like that's like the community consensus, right? I feel like that's what most people agree with, right? Obviously, it's obvious someone who believes people can perform and move past stuff. It's about how you handle it. Learn to move on. Aiden's ability to do that for several fucking months was unbearable, but he's apparently attempting to do that. So I'm happy to ease off ripping the shit out of him on a daily basis. Ultimately, in my humble opinion, targeting a family member who isn't part of this online shit is actually worse than doxing, generally speaking. Aiden doesn't contest that this is what he did. Also, he messaged me to ask if I've ever said anything about the essay stuff. That's always been a chud thing, I think. Like, it's insane shit to say, but let's not make it something it's not. Again, because it's null, right? W Denal. Okay. And then that's kind of like what starts this whole thing. Yeah. So, Aiden starts schizo posting, to be fair. Kind of going crazy on the Twitter. But yeah, because he's joking in Discord. He was joking about that he was gonna rape while I was alive, and then like he's gonna fucking kill her or something. Um, and points out that Gilda Poo did in fact post her docs in a 20K view video, right? So he's trying to at that point say like, hey, this isn't something I did, it isn't all that bad. So if we go to Aids Twitter, he does retweet Gilda Poo. After with Aiden, I agree with him that at worst he had spread a dox, but didn't by his and Gilda's definition dox anyone. He did own the fact that he should have went after Eli's wife and that it was unhinged. So regardless of whether it's dox or not, by whoever's definition, I think him owning the fact that it was stupid of him to go after Eli was like, yeah. So again, my stance is that spreading someone's dox is, I think, equally as bad, okay, as doxing someone. It's all about the intent, and Aiden's intent there was he was targeting his wife. However, he did own it, right? That it was stupid and he shouldn't have done it. Because he was clearly drunk. If you listen to the recorded call, he does have people egging him on to say the dumb shit he was saying, and everything around that. So it's not like he, was it like, one, he was drunk. People were egging him on to say some dumb shit, and he kept saying it because people wanted to clip him. Especially Soul, which what we know about Soul now kind of makes sense. But whatever. Also, Twitter has ads now. I didn't know that. They're like ads, like just on the side. So going through, realistically, that's what started it. Now these guys have been going back and forth for what seems like a millennia, and Beckett does point out, Aiden posted a wall of text at some point right here, dude. He kind of did go crazy. Um, but Beckett's firm stance, I guess with this post, he gets his firm stance out. Is intent. And he keeps trying to find reasons that he didn't actually technically dog Slime's wife, but at the time he believed it was private info. Which, I can agree. I do. What is this auto translate shit? Um, anyways, so I can agree with that to the extent of like if it at the time he didn't know it was publicly available. So if his intent at the time was to spread it because oh no, like this isn't public available and these people need to see this, like it is doxing, right? Um, so I can see the stance of the intent to dox. However, like intent or not, he really didn't dox anyone. Let's see something. Where's Aiden? Aiden's not live or anything, right? So. Where's this man at? It's been a minute since I've just messaged Aiden, like directly. Let me find this shit. Uh, oh, where's mine? I'm asking if he wants to call in. We're gonna see if he wants to call in. Well, yeah. Well, how do I turn off this auto translate shit? Is that something? It doesn't give me the option. However, I don't see anything about like an option here on OBS. So, um, whatever. No, that's fair. That is fair, Mitch. Like, but yeah, the message Sloop sent of saying "Oh, soul," it auto translates to "Oh, son." Let's see. Oh, that's so terrible. But I mean, I get the point, I guess, because like if I put "hello" in the chat with like W's, it does fucking censor it. So maybe it's like um, racism thing. I don't know. Let's see. So, anyways, we move on. I messaged Aiden, seeing if he wants to call in. We'll see. Um, and yeah, so Beckett's firm stance is that the intent, right? Which again, I can get behind that. Like in private, that I would say it's been aligned with my argument that Aiden's intent at the time was to harass Live's wife. I don't think he was like trying to like blast it out. Um, oh hi Cam. Um, in the vein of doxing to harass, I think he was like posting the picture privately in IC chat, right? Which to be fair, IC chat has like 200 fucking people in it. Um, but he's posting in there for the sake of like just making fun of her. So if he would have posted it on like fucking Twitter and like be like, hey, this is Lyle Convoy's wife, I feel like it's a lot different. So, what the fuck did you say? Yeah, well, you just put in translated glass. Um, so yeah, that's the way I see it. Like I think the intent does matter, but at the same time, the environment in which it happened was a more controlled environment than let's say posting it on Twitter. Because yeah, it feels like going like on a more public platform like his YouTube or his Twitter instead of a chat that you have to have a role to get into, which at the time didn't have as many users in it as it does now. Um, so I think the circumstances are vastly different. You think Beckett would debate me on that? I think that's a good stance to debate Beckett on. I don't know. But anyways, so go up. He says Aiden's spiraling while he slept. Shocker. Aiden just responded. Weird that he's retweeting Vlad while mad at me when we all agree it would be more accurate to say Aiden spread dox info. It's fine when we spoke and knows my main issue is targeting a family member. Very odd behavior. But I felt like when he's saying that's his main issue, but this is stating his main issue. I feel like he's I feel like Beckett's not being consistent on what his issue is. Um, because right here he's saying main issue is the intent of what Aiden was doing. Here he's saying it was just crazy to target a family member. Because I'm gonna be so dead ass. I'm not reading Aiden's walls of text. Like whatever. Um, and then the point he makes here is actually absurd. Um, he says, "Is Aiden seriously saying that family member comments in the post?" There is, or yeah, okay, clearly isn't a branded one. It's Lyle's original Facebook. He has also locked down and made efforts regarding which isn't true. Because you can still, I think you can still see the post and you can see who comments. Which I think it's been pointed out that his wife, anything's in the comments. If you look at his Facebook, maybe go through comments and verify this for yourself. So, yeah. Check every comment of lies, go back to 2009 and prove she's not there. Which, like, that's a fair point. Um, like, he says it's not branded. I'm sorry, but you're saying this is not a branded Twitter account. Like, okay, sure, anyone can have a Thundercats profile picture, yes. But, however, right, when you are a viewer of Lio Convoy, whose doxes is around, right? And so his first, and he's mentioned his first and last name before. So if you search up his first and last name, you see this picture, you know it's him. So, and even with that, like you can see his post. You can see all of his post. So I think Beckett's being a little disingenuous, saying, "Oh, it's locked down." I do think he's being disingenuous and trying to make a point that doesn't really exist. Um, so she shared publicly, and he did as well. I didn't dig in anything. I did one search on YouTube, and it was top result while I was drunk like half a year ago, and reposted information they voluntarily disclosed. Love how the goalpost keeps moving. I explained. Okay. Yeah, sure. So, I don't know Lio's wife's name, and I'm not going to look up that in an attempt to replicate what Aiden did. Um, yeah, why would he bring up the Facebook point? Yeah. Um, so, says this sad, let's call it moving goalpost, because Aiden, and you know what, this is fair. Aiden's original point that he was drunk when he sent the picture and then fucking did it. Now, I don't know if that's moving the goalpost or him fully explaining um, sources, right? Because he was drunk when it happened. Goat sent him the picture, which we have proof of that call where Aiden is in fact drunk and Goat is in the call sending him the picture. Bring up Vlad and Kumo videos. Kiwi Farms, which that's all in there. But if we are going to just what happened that day with that call, he was drunk, Goat sent him the info, and then he looked into it. Like, probably a day later, right? Um, yeah, then guessing her job. I don't think he guessed it. He did say that at some point that he did guess it. I don't believe that. But I don't think this is Aiden moving the goalposts necessarily. I think this is just Aiden going through and explaining what led to him getting that information. I don't think it is him bringing up different excuses. He's bringing up different medians. Like, this part is him saying what happened. And then this is these two, this one, and this one are ways you can obtain Lyle's wife's docs, right? Um, according to Aiden. And then this one I think is a bullshit point. I don't think he guessed it. the video from looking her name up, I guess, the channel, which Tyrone and Midge mentioned. So I don't think it's him moving the goalpost. I would need to see the context with. I remember these two things being said, and I remember this part. I don't remember him. Like, I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I haven't seen the parts of this. Well, and I know the context for this. To be fair, I don't need to watch Aiden talk about it, but I don't know anything about the video and the DMs with Jordan and the comments on Facebook. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, when he was at the bar, oh, it's his wife. Yeah, from the London trip. Beckett's running. He brings that up. You know what? We're gonna DM Beckett. Beckett. Hello, Beckett. Oh. Let's see if Beckett calls in. I know it's like hella early over there, so maybe not. It's a parody, as in someone's pretending to be Lio's wife. That's awesome. So we're gonna now get into the video, right? So we're gonna go into the first stream. I think why you can't just call Aiden. I feel like avoiding it makes it seem worse for him. God, but you have to pull teeth to get this guy doing. I feel like I don't know, man. With Beckett, he's typically all for the confrontation about things, and it's silly he isn't willing to get in a call with Aiden. Because if he's right, then like what is he losing here? If he's right about Aiden in this situation, what is he losing? Like going into the call with Aiden, like Beckett seems very certain on Twitter. So where would he fuck up on fucking in a call, you know? So and then it seems like he's moved on from it after this. So whatever, you know, whatever. He says smile emoji. Smile emoticon. Dude, Aiden did kill him with this. Aiden killed him here. That's just him killing him. Yeah, and here's room temp fucking like disproving this point. Like he has 19,000 posts and like the shit's public. You can view everything on it. Sure, you can't see his friends, but you can still see everything on the page. Aiden might be in like his 18-hour hibernation, so we'll see. Um, yeah, I mean, to be fair, Xylee could use. I'm sure Tommy or Xylee could use it. I don't know. I mean, I kind of understand this point, but I don't like this whole fucking thing of using someone's stream as a mediator. Just fucking both of them stream at that point. It's content for both of you at the end of the day. Like, if you're in a space about debating, it's a win-win. Anyways, so now we get to the AIDS call. Let's see. It's Aiden talks to Beckett.
Okay, so I got sent this. $2 from Balls Mahone. Be wary of Dan's Zionist powers. Well, I'm a J-boy, so I'm immune to it. Sure, happy to comment. I did talk. Why are people replying to? I love how like. Okay, the Aiden drama exposed. Dickers TV and Beckett called out. I had a private conversation with Dickers yesterday. There were certain things that did not get like fully resolved. But I know I had a lot of shit to talk on stream. I will say after speaking with him in private, I do think he's been engaging honestly. Even though I happen to disagree with his descriptor or whatever, I think Dickers is being honest. I cannot say the same for Beckett. I gotta be honest with you. I cannot say the same for Beckett. Let's take a look at these clips that he's responding to. I'm sure it's clipped in good faith.
Actually, hold up. Hold up, wait a minute. You know what Colin I could probably get? Surveys does suck. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I want you guys to hear this. This is awesome. I forgot about this. Listen to this voice that I got from Lio because I was asking if he played Fortnite with me when the He-Man skins came out. And he said no, he's not playing Fortnite. But listen to his voice note.
Also, I'm not going to play Fortnite because I am 40 years old and not a pedophile.
Dude, that's so awesome. That's such an awesome voice note from Lio. It's incredibly easily that Beckett concedes to Aiden in private, then he clears it up with his audience, but words his walk back in a way so it appears to be he's been consistent. Based. You know, Green, that's a W thing. Let's see if Lio. I want Lio to respond. I asked him if he's busy. Amount to be man stuff and like yours. Or he might. Lio's probably doing that fucking canceler thing. No, he's not. He was doing that. He was gonna like. He thinks he's probably have to publicly attack him. To be fair, has the call been uploaded? Has anyone posted that call, Green? Green, do you want to call in? Here. Has that call been publicly posted yet between Aiden and Beckett? Oh fuck! I forgot to ask fucking Lio if he was excited for the last Ronin. Because they're finally making a game out of the last Ronin, like part of the Ninja Turtles shit, which is awesome, by the way. I was in Texas. It's like 10 p.m. there. Yeah. So to be fair, with that, regarding fucking between them, we can't say for sure, Green. Lio's chatting in Gilded stream right now. Someone go into Lio's chat or Gilded's chat and just tell him I DM'd him. Tell Lio I DM'd him right now. Oh, I just realized like Pim floats a little bit. I gotta like. There we go. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So. Which is a lie, Tyrone. This is this community, man. When a call like that happens, someone tell Lio to answer his fucking DMs, man. I want this Lio guy to talk to me real quick. Oh yeah, I gotta remove Fauci's roles in my server, man. He's no longer a nutty buddy. He floats. He's a mystical being. Can you call in? Go. Questions regarding your input. Dude, Fauci like raped everyone, Cam. You missed like a whole thing, like a whole arc about like Fauci's like whole life being exposed, where he's like saving people's doxes and like backstabbing a lot of people, Cam. It's get me on my mobile. I'm about to head out, Cam. I'll call. Okay. Well, I was about to get off, so yeah, because yeah, the typing's awesome. Sounds good. Overall. Guys, what question should I ask Lio? I mean, my main question would be like, how does he feel about it? In terms of like him as the affected party. I mean, his wife's more the affected party, but like no harassment came towards her regarding it, just mostly towards Lio. So like, what really? I guess in the like usability of it. Overall. Yeah. Overall, how do you feel about it? And alright, doctor. Let's see. Let's see what he says. Let's see what this man says. You guys think Gilded will call in? Gilded probably call in if I ask him to. Hold up.
Information doesn't add to or take away from whether or not that information is PII. Just throwing that out there.
Anyways, I challenge this pussy to debate me on this, and he will never show up. This will go on infinitely. I've addressed all of his
Should I
arguments now.
ask
So
who
we're
if
gonna stay
I
moving on
want to
this.
call in, or should I ask him if he wants
People are
to
saying he
call
should
in?
call in, right? People are saying he should call in. This is his response, and he's not replied to my.
Delio was sent a Star of David inscribed with the words "Icy Chat."
Or even half of them, unless you're on his friends list. So it just shows the total number of posts. It doesn't show them all publicly.
Did he tell his address or just no? Wait, you don't know the lore? He's given out his own address multiple fucking times. Multiple times. Like, and this is the fun. Like, I knew her first name. To this day, I still know. I still don't remember. Like, I'm almost certain because I remember the sentence.
Let's prove he wants to call in.
It was in one of the calls we watched, but that's besides the point. I know that he's publicized his address, his full legal name, occupation, age, etc., all that stuff. But if you were,
I would love to see evidence of him posting his wife's information literally anywhere.
to press me on like where each specific piece of information was disseminated, I wouldn't be able to tell you in the moment, right? Because we watched hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of calls. I mean, some of the streams went on for over 12 fucking hours. So there was a lot of information I knew that I just always assumed came directly from him, and most of the time it did, right? In that case, I had my oh fuck moment.
Sure. Go ahead, Inet. Call me.
Oh, that's so loud.
Hello.
Dude, the
What's
Discord
up?
ringing sound like rapes my ears. How are you?
Brew. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, you've been honestly like when I started my shit, I was like, yeah, it's probably gonna take like 30 minutes tops to cover, and I looked at yours and you were like 2 hours deep into a stream. So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, man, I I I guess just to say in one of the parts you're at, of the like the whole ordeal, when you say that they didn't show or like it says how many posts he had, but it didn't show them. I think in one of the Twitter replies, I think it was Room Temp Shrimp did post a screenshot, or is Aiden, one of the two, did post a screenshot showing like you can see like pictures Lios posted and like other things like screenshots, whatever.
Well,
Um,
right. What I mean is that you can't see all 19,000 of them.
is that true?
Is the point? Yeah, according to Lio, which Facebook does this, by the way. I don't know if any of you have a Facebook account, but Facebook will show the total number of posts, but it doesn't show you the total number of like all of the posts.
Gotcha.
So
Well, just hide ones you've
yeah,
tagged
so
people in and everything.
yeah, or it might show you ones that you're tagged in. But like yeah, you can lock that down to where like, you know, a percentage of them is for friends only or for friends of friends, you know.
Okay.
Bear in mind, like as I said, this Facebook is older than his YouTube account. He had this Facebook first.
Yeah. But so
So
one of my stances with that earlier that I was saying to my chat was that I do believe though with how at this point public Lio is with his name, and just like where it's findable and everything and just how well known it is.
mhm.
The fact that his Facebook picture is like a Thundercats like thing, it is a little obvious.
uh it's worse than that actually. So the PFP that he uses for that Facebook account is an image he has used in multiple
Yeah.
streams.
Yeah.
He has used it as a Discord PFP, and he
Yep.
has used it in emails.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
I said in the stream earlier, I had stated that I think this is garbage tier OPSEC of the highest order. Um, so like, but I did point out, and this is like kind of my point of view, it is possible to have a personal account amongst friends that know you have a YouTube account where you can go and talk about things relating to that YouTube account amongst personal friends and that not be a brand account at the same time. But the downside of that is that that's trash OPSEC and people are going to build that bridge for you whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
Right.
especially when you're like a
So
20K internet personality.
yeah. Yeah.
Um,
So like I said that really early on that's a problem. The other thing is too, and you brought up the real name thing, you can't, like, it's against TOS to not use your real name on a personal Facebook account. That's how
well,
Facebook
yeah,
works.
but I'm
So
I'm just saying it's very easy to find is my point. Um, and also
yeah.
going back to the post, I believe in the screenshot of the post that Aiden shows, it does show Lio posting like screenshots of like YouTube comments.
Yep.
Um, so again, that's like directly connecting the two, even like discounting the profile picture and everything. It's like there's a direct connection there that like is publicly available to see from accounts.
Yeah, as I said, like I talked to Lio behind the scenes, and what I gathered from it was this was a personal Facebook account he had before his YouTube account, and he uses that Facebook account to he does discuss things relating to his YouTube because all of his friends on that account know he has a YouTube account, right?
Yeah.
And so like again, like you can do that and you can claim that's a personal account, but from an outside view, at best, you're looking at people calling your account garbage OPSEC,
Yeah.
right? But calling it a brand account, I would say is an unfair take.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think it. I wouldn't say it's a brand account. It's just very clearly tied to his brand, if that makes sense. Like, or he's done like a piss poor job disconnecting it from his brand, rather.
Yeah.
Because again, the profile picture, the posting of YouTube comments, all that, right? Um,
Yep.
so I don't know. Have you already gone over like the Twitter stuff, or you're still just reacting like Aiden stream?
Which Twitter stuff
Just I mean,
specifically?
I went through the whole thread, and it's like, I think. I
I
believe Aiden's a bonehead, but I feel like Beckett is also making some like bonehead remarks and like points regarding it all.
My argument in between the two of them, this is what I said, and I've said this multiple times throughout the stream. It's driving me nuts. Okay. If Aiden just said, hey, me, which is what he said to me a week ago, is me targeting or discussing or carrying on about Lyo's wife was stupid and unhinged. And if he just said that and said, whether or not you want to call it doxing or spreading doxes, I'll leave that discourse up to you, regardless of the fact, regardless of that discourse, this was fucking stupid of me to do. I shouldn't have done it, and left it alone. If that was the case and he just did that, I would be like, cool, okay, right? The problem is it doesn't matter if it's doxing or not. It is so irrelevant to the point.
It was so
The
stupid
point
to do.
is, the point is, it's like there was no reason or justifiable cause for him to drag his wife into it. And then he tries to further justify it by pointing out that there was written testimony read out by Lyo from his wife at some point in the video over some obscure drama that nobody cared about some years ago. That is not just cause to bring all that up.
Well, I
at
feel
all.
like it's being relitigated again just due to the like at least correct me if I'm wrong, but like the most recent thing that sparked all this up again was Beckett replying to a fucking denial tweet, which most people know
No,
that's Starbase.
actually, no. It was actually, it was actually like Wick and the DGGers that actually started it before Beckett actually said anything.
Okay, that makes sense of why Denial posted about it. But yeah.
Yeah.
But then I feel like Beckett fueling that, already knowing, like being a part of the community rather than I feel like Aiden wasn't gonna go on a whole crusade again about it because I feel like he said what he needed to say towards Wick and Destiny. Versus like now Beckett commenting on again the denial post, I feel like relit the fire of him trying to litigate it.
Yeah, but my argument here is that in a nutshell is Aiden is doing it in the worst way possible to the point it makes him look more guilty than not.
Yeah.
And I even said earlier on, and I said this to Aiden directly, that I don't think he actually. So first off, to make it clear, I owned several things. Like I was under false pretenses when all this started, like months ago, right?
Yeah.
I was told that he dropped not only her face but her place of work and her name in his IC chat room, right? This apparently from multiple people is false. This isn't true. Okay, cool. So the worst he did was post her face, which would mean that at best, him and I did basically the same thing. I just, when I did it, had more of an audience, right? Whatever. Okay. And so if that's the case, if that's the worst thing he did, then what? He spread a face dox.
Yeah.
Okay. Own that and move on. But he seems to not be owning that. And then trying to blame his wife for having whatever out there or having her Facebook up and all that shit. And I'm like, but you can't do that, right? Like she's a normie. She's not a YouTuber. Like you're going to a Facebook account that is a personal Facebook account that most people, when they make those, aren't expecting random assholes on YouTube to start digging through them, right? Like you can't. You know what I mean? Like it's just a bunch of weird leaps that I have to go through to humor his argument.
Yeah, I don't think he totally screwed. I don't know. I think one of the main points I have, or like not really points, but like calling out people was like someone was trying to like make the point because I don't know how public it is, so I'm not gonna directly say what it is, but she has like her own like online venture of sorts, right? That's not even connected to this community or anything in that nature. But people were trying to justify that because that makes her a public figure because of her own online venture of sorts.
That's news to me.
No, I'm saying like people on that side of the community is like trying to justify it, but it's like it doesn't justify it because she's not on the side of the community. She had no point.
Not only that, I just don't think that's true. I don't think she has her own online venture. I've never heard that before.
I'll DM it to you. But I'm not. I don't want to directly say it because I don't know how public that is, if at all.
Fair enough.
If you.
I mean, I still, that's like, dude, that feels like stretching.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm not at any point agreeing with what they're saying, but I feel like people are trying to find a point. Like again, I totally agree with you. In the realm of what's it called? You know, if he would have just apologized and moved on, it would have been fine. Because like that's
Well,
such an
it's
easy
funny.
own to have on Destiny.
Yeah,
Because when has Destiny ever owned up that he has contributed to the doxing of
yeah.
the people he's fucking went against?
Not
So I
even
thought,
just Destiny, like any of Destiny's people,
yeah,
even.
because
Like,
they've
yeah, like,
all doxed plenty of people.
yeah. Like, but the other thing is for me though is that like he's going back and forth and saying that none of it was PII, right? And so what he did wasn't any of that. And I'm like, well, if it's not PII, then just post it on Twitter.
Yeah,
Like seriously, if it's not PII, why didn't you post it on Twitter? Why don't you do it now? Right? Like, why if it's not if it's not bad and you did nothing wrong, why say it was unhinged for you to target her in the first place? Right? Like, so like I'm just confused on his arguments here. He's just all over the place. He's like he wants total exoneration whilst taking responsibility for as little as possible.
yeah.
And you can't have that.
Because I think it's getting to a point where there are people that are exonerating him in their own little communities. But oh yeah, you're fine. You didn't do anything bad. So I think he's trying to run with that. That's how it feels, right? Because there is a level of like shit he did and fucked up with. Um, so I do believe that like that is contributing to his mindset at the moment, like a mob mentality of sorts, of where again they're saying all this shit, and he's just running with it. He's like, oh, I must be fine. But I don't know. It's
Seems
just
like it.
it doesn't seem normal. I think he is definitely just running with shit that people are telling him, so he can feel better about it.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like when I talked to him, I've said publicly on Twitter too. I said that like him saying that he shouldn't have talked about her or anything, and that was unhinged. That's good enough for me. I don't need anything else. Like I don't think most people do. Right. I don't, and that's the thing that bothers me. Like, I don't think he doxed anybody. My definition of doxing is probably more strict than most people. I go by the view that you can only get doxed once. It's like you can only get AIDS once, and then at that point it's about whether or not it's spread, right? And
Um,
spreading it isn't the same as initiating it. So I have a very, very black and white view on it. So like, and obviously he did not initiate it. I don't think I have ever made the claim. The only reason that other people have made the claim is because at the time, or I should say, I don't think I've made the claim recently, but at the time, I thought he initiated information that wasn't on the Kiwi Farms thread. And a lot of people did, like Beckett did, right? And so calling him a doxer in that circumstance was what we thought was fair. Turns out he didn't do that. So calling him a doxer, the information's changed. So the allegation changed. So at this point, my view is, at worst, he spread information. He spread a face dox, which, by the way, I don't even take that seriously, really, honestly. But he does, right? And so if that's the worst thing he did, then just own it. Who cares? Who gives a
yeah.
shit? Like, I don't know. I just don't understand why we have to litigate this so hard. It's weird.
Have I've listened to parts of it. Have you listened to the call yet of him? What's it called? Of when he like showed Lio's face to Icy Chat, because that call did leak. I've heard parts of it, so I don't know if you listened to it.
I
Like with the parts where he's like joking about raping Lio's wife, but he's gonna like beat her, or whatever.
Yeah, and in that he brings her LinkedIn is brought up,
Yeah, that's what Dreamer's bringing up in my
which
chat.
is an important detail, by the way, because he mentions later where she worked,
But
right?
then he tried to twist that as he guessed it, which
Yeah,
which I was
which
thinking
is
to
weird.
myself,
Yeah,
like I didn't believe that when he said it, and I still don't believe it, because again,
yeah.
now with this call being leaked, like he's directly mentioning a LinkedIn, like okay, and I don't want to downplay the severity of it, but him doing that in the Icy Chat VC where whatever information he did post was quickly deleted, like versus if he was to like stream it on his channel or his Twitter, like I feel like that's a little different. I'm not saying it makes the actions any better, but
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
severity of her information spreading it could have been a lot worse.
So I made this very clear earlier on in the stream. Okay, I said that I think Aiden is largely immune of the criticism of calls that were recorded without his knowledge and leaked without his knowledge
Yeah,
or
in
permission.
a chat
I
that
don't.
is the rules are supposed to be that no one records it, no one like no
Yeah, I
screenshots
just
whatsoever.
don't think it's fair to go after him for that. I really don't. I told him that like twice in my call with him. Now, granted, if you want to criticize him for anything in those calls, it would be the dissemination of the LinkedIn,
Yeah.
that which would be a good criticism. But as far as like the rape rap and all that shit, who cares? Like, who gives a fuck? Like,
It's just I would
I've
say it's
said
just
so
for
much worse.
humor. Yeah.
I've said so much worse while drunk.
No, and
Okay,
like to be
like
fair, dude, you say so much worse sober. What do you mean?
that's
Uh,
true.
no, and it's like it's one of those things though, and it's like you're gonna see people like try to crucify him for the jokes he made and everything, but it's like again, yeah, the like Lio's community tolerates you, where it's like okay, like it's a little hypocritical if that makes sense, but at the same time, like everything else that like criticize him for, not like him for, that's fair.
Yeah, I look. You're kind of wrong a little bit here.
Okay, tell me
Most
why.
of Lio's community hates my guts, so I don't know what you're
I
talking
said they
about. Like,
tolerate
most
you.
of them. Yeah, tolerating is I don't know. I think it's kind of a stretch. Like, a lot of them don't like me. A lot of them get really triggered over the shit that I say. That's just, you know, like I'm not very popular in that community. So um mainly because of the unhinged shit that I say.
That's fair.
Um, so especially the slurs, dude. Like, slurs, like people think, a lot of people in Lio's server like actually think I'm an alt-right white supremacist. So, like,
Could
it's
have
like,
had
no,
me
like, it's
fooled.
look. There are some women in Lio's server that like me, but that's a different discussion. Um, but yeah, that's a whole different animal. But yeah, and anyway, have you seen the LinkedIn? I have a censored screen cap.
Is it like anything
Um,
crazy? Like
yeah,
I don't mind seeing it. Like you can send it if it's censored. Like I mean
I did. I censored it. The craziest stuff. Yeah, I
oh
censored.
just like censored. Okay. So yeah, I don't.
Yeah, there's like, if you go by her LinkedIn, by the way, you look at it, it says the exact same place that he mentions.
Then he
The
tries this.
guest.
Then yeah, he's like, oh, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
So I don't know. As I said, even as I said in my stream, like I don't believe his excuse of that he guessed her job. Like you gotta be pretty retarded to what's it called? Believe that.
So, Lio says here, Vlad never talked about astroturfing allegations against someone to get them fired because he's mad that someone won't talk to him. You need
Okay.
to stop downplaying that. That spoke of intent. I forgot about that, actually.
So
I don't see, that's the thing. He was drunk. I have trouble taking it seriously though. That's the thing for me. Like, and he didn't do anything. So, like, it's not really downplaying it. I just don't really take anything a drunk 20-year-old said seriously. So,
so I do have people telling me that the whole LinkedIn thing was a joke. Now, however, right?
what?
But no, yeah, and that's what like I'm about to counter it, right? If again, if it's a joke, that's cool, but it's very weird to me again that Aiden just happens to guess the exact thing that she does for a job and where she does it.
Not only that, Aiden wasn't the one that brought up the LinkedIn in the
Yeah,
first
that
place. It was
that yep,
somebody else in the call.
track and that's yeah. But they said the person that brought it up was joking. But
Um,
again, the way things line up is
yeah, he was joking that she just happened to have, and she just happened to have a LinkedIn too, and he just happened to guess the place of work, and just happened to be the, yeah, okay, magic. I love magic.
yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. Like either way, like I don't think. Look, I'm not an affected party, so I'm not mad at Aiden about it. I move on, right? Um, it's one of those things where I do think he's a little silly, but I do think with the overall like discourse right now between fucking Aiden and Beckett, I do believe fucking Beckett's being a little fucking silly.
How
and
so?
trying to. I do still think his firm stances are a little silly. Let me pull up the tweets again. And I can tell you, at least on the Twitter side of their argument, that I believe silly. So I can like give you the exact arguments I had against what he said. Uno momento, por favor.
Actually, I think I know what Lyo's meaning now. Now that I think about it, when he says spoke of intent, I think what he means is that it speaks of the animosity that Aiden had.
Yeah, because he
Is what I
didn't.
think he's meaning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
which is fair.
Aiden's
I
trying to
think that's fair.
retroactively fucking what's it called?
Yeah.
Clear himself, which is fair. I think there's one detail I forget what the specific detail is because I haven't been too involved. But I remember there's one specific detail that he was aware of that people were trying to say he wasn't aware of, but he did bring that up like shortly after when he was defending himself. But let me. So, I mean, the YouTube point, I feel like you cleared that up for me. To be fair, not the YouTube, the Facebook. Sorry. In terms of like, they're not all 19,000 posts are shown.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, Beckett's one tweet where if you want to pull it up so we can look at the same thing, it's like his tweet where he's listing where Aiden says that Beckett's walking back. Yeah, I can do that. I'm lazy, man. Chill for a second. Man. Fucking retarded. You think I do the streaming thing? So, let me see. One second. And then before we speak about that, I have to clarify something I'm being told. Let's see. So, at least what I'm being told, right? About what happened in the VC and IC chat, that in that conversation, Aiden brought up the job before that user joined and started talking about her LinkedIn.
Okay.
So I still don't believe he guessed it. I do think that there's no way. However, the talks of LinkedIn in the call, like, if it was being spread, but we'd have to see if that makes sense.
It's hyper specific.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, like I don't know about anybody else. I don't think of LinkedIn fucking ever. Okay? Like,
I don't know.
that website never, ever comes to mind, ever, not even once. Okay? I think of fucking Gab more than I think of LinkedIn.
I think
Anybody
of LinkedIn,
remember Gab?
but I work like in a technical field.
Well, yeah, I don't. That's
so
the point.
it's like,
the average person doesn't. Aiden doesn't. None of the people in the call do. Like, and they bring up LinkedIn, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a weird, hyper specific site to bring up by people who aren't in any fields to justify such a website.
yeah, I see that tweet though. Because my issue with the LinkedIn point that it's really hard to litigate, I would say, is the conversation's there, and the only thing to go off of that it was spread was that it was talked about and joked about. I do believe that Aiden did know her job, and him guessing it, I think is like a bullshit answer, right? And a bullshit excuse. But it could go either way with the jokes about LinkedIn, because with people that work in professional fields, like hiring fields, LinkedIn is pretty normal, right? So to joke about her having one, I don't think is out of the realm of possibility, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't think we will get an honest answer about what happened in it, if that makes sense. So I feel like that is a very hard point to litigate.
I think it's very easy, but mainly because I don't believe I don't believe that coincidences exist. So it's super easy for me to do that.
Okay.
So.
No, I mean, that's fair. I'm just giving you my thought process on it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, the tweet I sent, yeah, it's, Beckett, because Aiden, supposedly in that call that Aiden had with Beckett, Now, so somehow 2 drama YouTubers didn't record the fucking call they had between each other, which I believe is also bullshit because they stated no one recorded it, but I feel like it's a lie. Okay. Anyways, Aiden just says he walks back his stance that he had in private versus what he has publicly. But Beckett is here trying to say that Aiden has like moved the goalpost and tried to run off with these angles, and I don't believe that. Is like moving the goalpost, right? First one being like the first 2 bullet points he puts, the being drunk and goat send info, that was Aiden's initial like take on it, right? Of what happened. But then he's also brought up, Kumo and you, right, is also like being sources to find stuff about her, which like I would assume your video's down, privated, whatever. But I would assume there's also an archive, right? Because there was one
Yep.
archive of one of your videos where like that had Lio's pictures in it that I didn't even know existed. But supposedly those are like public but known. Kiwi Farms. But I don't think Aiden's ever moved the goalpost in terms of like his course of events that's posting it.
So I'm gonna
Unless
say
I'm
he
misunderstanding the tweet.
you're missing several things. So initially,
Okay.
well, first off, this is Beckett's fault. I don't know why Beckett's formatting it this way. Other than maybe he was feeling lazy. I agree with you that the first 2 things listed there are things that were initially stated, right? So that technically you could put those in the same goalpost, right?
Yes.
The Kuma Vlad thing came up later, right? Now here's the thing. I'm confused by one of the things Aiden said, because Aiden said he didn't know about it at the time that I did that video. But like this gets brought up in my initial discussion with him on Dicker's stream. So like I don't know when he found out versus I'm a little confused on the
Yeah.
timeline there, but he says now that my video completely exonerates him.
Which it does.
So that's what he shifted,
So
which
yeah.
he shifted to, and so his first 2 statements, he's kind of foregone to say that my and Kumo's shit exonerates his actions.
Yeah, and it's a point I made earlier that it seems like Aiden is using some information to try to retroactively like clear himself, which is like it's just
Yeah.
what he's doing, and it's weird, right? Like, we both agree on the point that if he would just own it and move on, then it like this would have been over.
Yep.
But I feel like he has a need to clear himself just because it's being brought up now by like the biggest person he's debated, which is Destiny.
Yep.
But yeah, I stand by that. However, there's some of it I don't know, at least from what I've seen, I don't know if Aiden's necessarily trying to clear himself other than like your video, using your video and Kumo's video. But like he's brought up the Kiwi Farms, but like people get doxxed at Kiwi Farms if you spread it, like that's pretty consistent that like you're helping spread it.
Yeah.
Like I don't think anyone has a stance that like, oh, just because some Kiwi Farms doing start fucking spreading and talking about it.
I mean, but he's saying just because she has this information publicly on her Facebook, that means that he couldn't have, that it wasn't PII, and therefore he didn't dox or spread a dox. That's what he's saying now. He did not spread doxing information at all.
Okay, so is that the point that Becca's trying to make? Is that Aiden is trying to walk back that
Yes.
like he didn't spread dox info? And is that like confirmed to be Aiden's now hard stance on it that he did not spread dox
That
info?
was in the stream I was just reacting to. Yep.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I said if it's not PII, Aiden, and you, because he's changed the story too. He said initially he didn't know about my video, he didn't know about Kumo's video, he didn't know about the Kiwi Farms, and then he changed that to he knew about it, and it's not PII, and now it's that he made an assumption that he heard it in some call in a stream. And he's saying like none of this is PII, and it's not PII because nobody's made any efforts to take any of that information down when it was made very clear to them that that information existed. Like he's gone out of his way to completely make the claim that this information was not PII. And then my argument is that if it's not PII, then why did you tell me you shouldn't have targeted his wife or gone after his wife and that it was unhinged? And why didn't you just post all of this information on Twitter again if it's not PII? What is there to apologize for if it's not PII?
Yeah. So it seems like he's more so as you said, take accountability, but also like shift accountability. Um,
Yeah.
so I
He's
don't
all
know.
over the place. Like, he's not being consistent on this at all. He's like flip-flopping back and forth all over the place. And I'm reading it as, to be good faith here, I think he's like somewhat panicking. Understandably so, because he's got now DGG on his back, right? So I can kind of understand a little bit why he's panicking, but like at the same time, as you said, just owning it would go away. Like, people would just like not care,
Yeah.
right? There's a reason why nobody went after me when I did it. There's a really good reason for it. It's because, number one, I, like everybody universally, whenever they see the clip of what Lio said, that I at the time took as a threat to swap me. Something that Lio has since said was not the case, that it was just very poor wording on his part, which is fair enough. But I took it that way. I show people that, and they're like Dicker said, yeah, I can see why you took it that way. People understand where I'm coming from there, and so nobody went after me for it. And if you accused me of doing it, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I did, and I'll do it again, because I'm not like, so like, it's one of these things. I'm not even anti-doxing, by the way. So this is like the fundamental misunderstanding here, is that if somebody doxed me, I would happily dox them. If somebody swatted me, I would happily swat them back. I'm
Yes.
all in favor of tit for tat. So no, like, this idea, like, I'm not, but the problem with Aiden is Aiden has consistently been anti-doxing. That doxing is bad. It's always bad. And whenever he did that shit, it made him look, honestly, like Fauci.
Yeah.
So, like, you can't, this is a big problem with those calls that leaked. Okay, this is the problem with them. Fuck all the rest of what everybody else is saying. If there is a problem with them, it's that they contradict who he is publicly. Those leaked calls in those private conversations wildly contradict how he presents himself in public.
Yeah.
That is the fundamental issue with those calls. And he is now trying to argue he is moderating his behavior to no longer act like that, even in private. He is going way too hard on the paint to try and make himself the exonerated party, instead of just saying, I fucked up and it was
Yeah.
unjustifiable. Nobody would give him flack for that.
I agree. I think
And you know what, to be honest with you, if people did give him flack for that, I would be one of the first people to defend him. Right? So, like, I'm just saying, like, and he hates my guts. So whenever people went after Morale and accused him of, there was like this attempt at like a Me Too campaign, not the 17-year-old, it was a different thing, if I remember correctly. I defended him on that. And Morale hates my guts. I don't care if they hate me or not. I care about what's true.
sorry, I was reading your chat. Because of a message. Um, but yeah, I don't know, man. It is. I think it's half and half, or not really half and half. I think, as you said, there's multiple things about it. Like with the whole Destiny thing going on, I think it's a big thing where he's trying to vindicate himself to
Yeah.
have less things on his back. Um,
But remember, the more you talk about something, the less believable it is.
so
That's the problem.
so Green says that you do not realize that Aiden has already said what he did was bad. He was drunk and said it shouldn't have happened. His dispute is about it being doxing and spreading a dox. Gilfu, once again, not able to recognize nuance, is what Green says. I mean, I think.
I don't recognize nuance. I feel like I was being pretty nuanced there.
I think. Let's see. So that's however done.
The problem that they're missing is that, yeah, he said it was bad to go after her.
But then now.
But whenever, but Beckett said he was targeting her, and then he said that wasn't true. So I don't understand what he's apologizing for then at that point. And then on top of that, he's like, it's not doxing. It's like, cool, it isn't doxing, but whenever somebody accuses you of targeting her, you then go on to say you weren't doing that, even though you were. And then also on top of that, saying she's a public figure. Why would you mention that you think she's a public figure based on X, Y, and Z if you aren't trying to justify going after her in the first place? How does that make any sense?
You know what should happen? Green should call in. I want to hear what Green has to say. But that's up to you. So I'm about to play this game of telephone.
I don't even know who the fuck Green is. And aside from that, I am way too fucking tired. I've been watching Aiden screech for hours. This is some chatter of yours that didn't even watch my side of the stream, so they're missing like half the
Green is
context
more
of
of an
what I'm talking
Aiden
about.
chatter, but he's an iNut snarker and an Aiden chatter.
Okay.
So.
Well, I mean, based on the iDub snark, I guess.
No, I said iNut, not iDubbbz, iNut.
Oh, iNut. Oh, even more based. But yeah, no, as I said, like I'm way too tired. I was supposed to play Halo like 15 minutes ago.
That's fair. Go play Halo. Go play Halo.
Yeah.
Astro John will play with you.
But who?
There's a guy named Astro John from like Templeton's community. He really likes Halo.
Well.
So. Anyways.
Well, either way, as I said, people can litigate this later. I have every intention of kind of clipping the stream into some semblance of a video. I plan any sources or things that I mention that I don't show in the stream, I will be clipping into the video. So people can wait and litigate that later. So.
All right, man.
And argue with me. But the bottom line for me, I just want to say this real quick. The bottom line for me, this is the bottom line, is that I don't disagree that Aiden didn't dox. Okay. I don't disagree with that claim. I don't think he did. All he did was spread a face. Okay. Don't care. All right. Don't give a shit. That if the calls getting leaked that had additional information in them, well, he wasn't the one that leaked them. He wasn't the one that recorded them. So whatever. If anything, you could criticize him for intentionality in those calls, but as far as that information becoming public, you can't blame him for that. On top of that, if he just said, hey, I shouldn't have done this, this was bad, I won't do it again, and if you think it's doxing or not doxing, I'll leave entirely up to you, whatever, have a nice day, and then move on, nobody would give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck. Like, everybody would just collectively drop it. But instead, he spent like 4 hours in at least one stream litigating. It was like 4 hours, like 2 hours, litigating this same fucking subject that's already been litigated to death. And the more and more and more and more and more he talks about it, the more and more and more he shifts back and forth between different things, the less and less believable it appears to be, and the more and more guilty he appears to look. And that's the bottom line. Regardless of whether or not he is guilty, he looks fucking guilty.
Yeah, he's not
the more he talks about it. Yeah. So, either way, have a good night. Thanks for coming on.
You too, man. Thanks for letting me call in. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Later.
All right. I'm gonna call Beckett, but after he answers, I'm gonna go turn on my AC real quick because I'm getting fucking warm and toasty. This shit's so loud. I need to like mute the call button. Beckett, I will be right back. I'm going to go turn on my AC, but I'm out of the call with Vlad, so.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Good morning, sunshine.
How we doing? Is he gone? I literally can't fucking tell. I've got like no input. Hey chat, how you doing? Fuck. What's the delay like on this fucking stream? Dude, what? What is this delay? It's like fucking wild, bro. Okay, well. Hello. Hey guys. How we doing? Oh, fuck. I am like actually dying. What's happening? I don't know. Fuck. I know it was like, can you call in? And I was like, oh, I'm awake, so I guess so. Fuck it. Why not? I was on a stream last night, and then I just like slept through it. Holy fuck. Oh, dude. Tell us a word to type. Flamingo.
Okay. My AC is on. I was getting warm. And then there was no
Oh,
lights on in the house, so like
okay.
it took me like double the time to just like narrowly not trip on anything.
You still in Japan?
No.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I heard I have AirPods, so I heard what you're talking about. The fucking delay, like what is the delay like really good?
No, it's fucking terrible.
What do you
Like
mean?
what? It's super long.
Let me see.
Delay is super long. Go to
What?
bed. I've just got up. I've been asleep for like 11 or 12 hours.
Let me
I've
see.
been like
My
actually.
videos.
I spent yesterday like I've been really sick. I don't know why. So if I'm a little bit out of it, I was super sick yesterday. Which is why I didn't stream and I've just woken up. So bear with me. Be gentle, because I'm still slightly fucked. But yeah, other than that.
Is it? I'm looking at the delay. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's fucking dude. It's terrible. How do you talk to chat like this?
I don't know.
It's like fucking. You might as well be typing out a fucking Morse code message or like.
How do I change it? Like I have good internet, so it's not like.
We'll go on YouTube. I don't know if you can change it when you live, but you want your latency to be as low as possible. This latency seems pretty high. It's like if you go to YouTube.
Stream
Saying.
settings. Latency.
Um,
Oh, there's normal latency, low latency, and ultra
Yeah,
low.
you want low or like ultra low. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm used to just being like
Your
a
delay
default thing
is
with
like
Twitch.
your delay is like 30 seconds.
There's no fucking
is-
way. That's absurd. Okay.
Oh fuck. Okay, cool.
And I can't really
Sorry.
use in stream, can I? No.
Well,
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
No, you
well.
can't. It's set now. Do it next time. Just
Yeah. Now I know.
learn from
now I
your
know.
mistakes and
Yeah, I've
improve.
learned.
Cool.
Well, yeah, man. I'm sure you can see by the title and the awesome thumbnail. By the way, like, I've seen the thumbnail. I think the thumbnail's awesome.
I vaguely saw the thumbnail. I don't know which one of my tweets you put in the thumbnail or like whatever. I couldn't read it
I'll
from distance.
send it to you. I think it's an awesome thumbnail. Maybe one of the best thumbnails I've ever had made for me.
No, that's nice.
This was like a
Nice.
volunteer. Like they were just like, yeah, I'll make this. That's so awesome.
It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool what I've got. What tweet was it? Oh yeah, this one, the call-in one.
It's such an awesome
Uh.
thumbnail.
I don't think I've said publicly that I won't call into Aiden. I've just sort of vaguely implied that it's funny or not to, which is true.
I don't know, man. I think it would sort a lot more out a lot faster if you did call in.
I mean, yeah, probably. Like, I mean, I don't disagree. It would probably sort more out. I'm confused, if I'm honest, and that's probably why I'm being such a dick about this. Like, I'll happily own the position. I'm being an absolute dick, but like, Aiden and I had a conversation. Aiden was like, It's unfair to call me a doxer because like none of this information was totally new." And I was like, "Okay, well." I can see some of those arguments. It probably would be fairer to say it was spreading a dox. You're getting attacked by DGG. So, sure, you can say that. But the only reason I even got this pissed off over it is because of what Aiden did. Who Aiden did it to. And the reasons behind it. It's because he would attack somebody's, like, family member. It's like, and the constant weaseling around those things is what's pissed me off, and then he continues to do that. That's what he's doing now, so I don't feel particularly fucking charitable.
So more so,
it's kind of where I sat.
Really, I guess would be like him taking it just from going like saying jokes about fucking and like raping Lia's wife and turning that into like actual like digging into the person. More so, right?
So if I recall, some of the conversations were essentially, or the justifications really early, were Lio goes after and contacts people's families, so it would be fair game to do the same to him.
Okay.
Those were some of the early conversations. So it was like, well, Lio's wife's there, and that'll get Lio to get in a call with me.
Okay.
So yeah,
Now-
there was there seemed to be intent, and that seems to have that part of the narrative seems to be watered down a little bit, and those streams, some of Aiden's initial streams are also
So one of my
seem to be
questions
gone. I went to look for
then,
them, but
what
they
would
seem to be
you
delisted.
what would you consider intent of going after Lio's wife? Like, because
Well, I think at the point where
I'll lay
you're
out how I
gathering
feel.
this information at all, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll lay out how I feel about it.
Sure.
Like it happening in a private chat, which to be fair, Icy now is a lot bigger than it was then. Now having I think like 200 people in Icy, but at the time I think it was roughly maybe 100, right? In that VC that happened.
What 100 of Lio's most dedicated haters at some.
Oh
At some
no,
point,
it's not
right?
It's not Malcolm's server. Okay. But anyways, so with that point being, because like at the time, like I don't know if you're watching any streams about Lio, but like Aiden's audience really did not give a fuck about Lio and was ready for him to be over it, right? But he's in the VC with, I'm going to guess, maybe 10 people, right? I think that's a fair number based on average of like VCs I've seen in there and VCs I've been in.
Yeah, I mean, it was people like Lumpy Willy,
Yeah.
Goat Caddo.
Yeah.
I don't know the other voices.
So-
but yeah, it was those fuckers.
But yeah, so I don't think his intent was to send harassment towards Lio's wife. I do think it was weird he was collecting this information. But at no point did he ever spread that beyond like the confines of what's supposed to be a private Discord call, in a chat that is known like, hey, you don't leak anything, you don't record things, which like it happens obviously in every private fucking Discord that happens.
I'm sorry.
So
Okay,
he
look.
should have known better.
Oh, no. Look. If this was another situation, we wouldn't even be fucking debating it. Let's just be realistic for a second.
Yeah.
If we found out another content creator was in beef with somebody and they were even looking for their family's information, that person would be nuked from fucking orbit. Like there is
I mean,
a
it did
genuine
happen,
thing where
yeah.
people are going, I think Aiden's been treated a little bit harshly. Any other creator that when looking for a family member's like details and things as part of a drama would be fucking nuked. It is obviously off limits. And this is part of my problem. Like that, and I said this in the first tweet, that is worse than the doxing or the accusations of doxing. You do not touch people's family members. You don't do shit like that. It really is that simple.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm already walking my position back by being like, yeah, it was spreading dox information rather than doxing itself. And I thought that would be fine because that's what we agreed on the call. And then Aiden freaked the fuck out.
Well,
and I don't know
to
why
be
he freaked the
fair,
fuck out.
You replied
No,
to
no.
a Denal tweet, to be fair.
So? What's that got to do with anything?
It's I don't know how tapped in you are. The fucking
Well,
like,
obviously not very.
so Denal is what we've narrowed down to be known Aiden Snarker and Hater, user Starbased. I don't know if you know about Starbased, but it's known to be him. So Denal one, so just with the Denal account alone, it's known to post things about Aiden just to snark him, like in general, in like very bad faith, right? That's
Wait,
like
so what are we saying? What are we saying? We're saying that snarkers get under
No,
people's
it's
skin, and
not
therefore
even-
it's like something.
so.
I mean, that almost seems like you're condemning the snark server and its
No,
culture. I
it
mean, I'd be
is.
very
It
careful.
is. I don't like the individual of Starbased. So, that is the point of that. So with Starbased, he's just been like again bad faith posting about Aiden forever, and at least on this side of commentary, it's known not to engage with Denal, right? Because in many cases, the Starbase gone into people's DMs, lied about situations, and like to negatively impact people in that regard, myself included. So like on our side, we know not to interact with Denal unless it's just to troll him, right? But then when you're reposting an account that Destiny has, supported at this point, talking about Aiden in that regard, and again, this side we know who it is, right? Like Starbase is a pedophile or pedophile adjacent.
Okay.
I cannot definitively say that. I cannot definitively say he's a pedophile. I've not seen him.
Look, I feel like
do
somebody's
sexual
tried
things.
explaining the Starbase stuff to
Yeah.
me.
So-
I don't really understand
So-
it. But it's fine. Like, look, I mean, I respond varyingly to random A-log and shitter accounts on Twitter. I don't know why it would be that different for me to respond to denial or whatever
So
versus I don't know, like when I respond to room temp, right?
So with Denal is a very or star based, right? The on the Denal account is the kind of person like when they feel vindicated, they will continue pushing and like make things worse, right? Because Starbase was botting Aiden streams, botting my streams, botting Himbleton streams, and all that in times of like
Okay.
negative light. So when they're getting attention, that stuff usually spurs back up. So it is like I don't want to say it's a touchy topic, but it is a topic we try to avoid. Like, I mean, I like to troll them
I mean,
because I don't stream all day.
Aiden could have just messaged me and be like, "Hey, can you not respond to denial over this? It's causing me issues," and I wouldn't have.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that's my assumption, right? I haven't spoke to Aiden about it.
But specifically, I responded to denial saying what basically I'd said to Aiden in this call, what I thought was our understanding. I pushed back on this idea that he'd sexually harassed Lyo's wife because I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a crazy claim to make.
I did actually go back and check our messages because Aiden messaged me like ages ago about, and he was asking about sexual harassment or something, and I misread the message. He was actually talking about Wick, and I thought he was talking about this cool thing,
hmm
and I was like, oh no, I think that's a chud thing. But I don't think I've ever run with the idea that Aiden's comments about Lyra's wife are sexual assault or sexual harassment. I've always thought that's ridiculous. So like when he responds to me, like my first message, he's like, "What? You mean the thing we all clearly know was a joke?" I was like, "What? Yeah, that's what I said."
Yeah.
And then, and then Vlad tweets out, "I spoke to Aiden, and I think it's spreading a dox at worst." And Aiden retweets that. I'm like, "Well, that's what I'm saying."
So
So I don't understand why he's so
I
fucking
feel like
upset.
there's a
So
little
like,
bit of confusion then, and like interpretation between what your intent was when it came to retweeting Denal, because it sounds like when you retweeted Denal, you were trying to counter his points, right? But even me, right, misunderstanding the intent, I feel like that's probably within what happened. Why Aiden
I know. I
started
mean,
speaking out about it.
I'm already walking back the position. But like the fact that it is spreading a dox rather than doxing is a walk back of the position. I say that in the very first tweet. It would be
Yeah.
fairer to say it is spreading dox information. Now, I have issues with this weird Facebook take shit. This is my biggest, like, this is my issue. I'm just sick of the, I don't know, constant new angles as to what exonerates Aiden. That's what's annoyed me from the beginning. So obviously,
Yeah.
I'm going to get more pissed off as Aiden does it more. And I said this to him. I care more that Aiden is trying to find a billion different fucking angles as to why he is vindicated than just going, yeah, I fucked up. Like, move on with your lives.
Yeah, that's the consensus Vlad and I came to with it. Is like, but I think looking at the situation that he's in with the Destiny gang and everything, I think it is fair to say he's trying to vindicate himself so that he has like nothing for them to hold against him. Because the two things I think they've held against him, like Wick and Destiny, was like fucking the fucking Lio shit, and then fucking Soul sucking him off. And it's like that both those aren't really that much, right? But
Which I haven't, like, I haven't tried to bring up the Soul stuff. I didn't cover his fight with Parry.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
been, like, fucking logging Aiden and turning him to content. I haven't done any of that. I barely
But,
talked about him in months.
yeah, but I'm just
You
saying,
know?
like, from like if I was in his shoes, that's probably what it is. On his end of like why he's so like pushing to clear himself of this, just so they have nothing to hold against him versus like this one like small.
Well,
instance.
unfortunately, there's always going to be something to hold against him. And, like, again, I'd say the fact that he targeted a family member is worse.
Yeah.
In my opinion. People can disagree with me. I just think it's obviously worse. My issue is that Aiden became, like, fucking unhinged covering this.
I think I
you
think
know.
it's more circumstantial, right? Because again, I will stand by the point. Because there's been some fucking I guess for lack of a better term, icy chatters, right? Try to say that the comment Aiden made about what Lyo's wife does for work and everything was right on the money with what's on her LinkedIn, but then proceeded to. But I'm being told that the LinkedIn was brought up after he made that claim.
Well, he said to me, because when this first happened, Aiden phoned me. I was in a hotel room. I can't remember. I think I was on a trip. Well, I would have been because I was in a hotel room, but I can't remember what the fuck
Were
I
you
was
going to
doing.
meet up with Soul?
No, I might have been
Sorry.
in London. I'm trying to think. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, he said this to me. He was like, "Look, I'm just super unlucky. I just guessed it right on the money." And unfortunately, like you're in a call discussing this person, and you're like, "Yeah, well, we've looked into it. We've got this this information that we're gathering, and this is her job." It's like, yeah, maybe that's true, but it doesn't help you because it is almost unbelievable. And this is I guess this is my overall problem. Every single part of this is trying to be litigated rather than just going, I fucked up, we're not talking about it anymore, whatever. Because again, I think that there is a difference between doxing somebody and spreading dox information. There is an active difference there, right? Of trying to dig through people's information to the point where you can identify them and just taking work already done and spreading it maliciously. Um, it's not exactly, it may not be like a huge difference, but it is a difference.
Yeah.
It's also like the problem I have with this Facebook thing as well is Aiden clearly didn't know about this Facebook thing until relatively recently, because it's never been brought up in any of the angry debates he's had about this topic. Otherwise, that would have been his first defense, right?
Yeah.
The first call he would have just gone to Chud. He would have phoned into Chud and been like, "No, it's on the Facebook." And I still haven't seen these comments, by the way. Aiden's also said, because I caught this, he was like, "Well, I've proved that video is easy to find. I've showed it to Beckett." No, he hasn't. I've never seen this video.
I think.
I
Are you talking about the
searched
one
it.
that's on? Are you talking about the one that's like uploaded to a channel that's a parody like troll account named after his wife?
Yeah, because he told me, because when we were on call, he said to me, "This video is super easy to find. You can find it literally if you just search Lio Convoy. It's one of the first things that come up." So on the call, I typed it in and was like, "I can't find it." So I've never seen it. I'm not denying that it exists or anything. I'm just saying I personally have never seen it. And also, I've never seen these comments apparently on the Facebook, which I went and looked for. I did search through,
Yeah.
but it's a Facebook account from 2009. It's an incredibly old account. Most of the uploads on there, like modern uploads, are links with Lio's Instagram. That's why the videos come through.
Yeah. So
But
I still think
yeah,
and Vlad and I had a conversation about it, right? Like it is. I don't know if there are any comments on Elias Facebook, right? That pushes the like or that any point has his wife posting or commenting on a post, right? However, there
well, Vlad
are
said he couldn't find them.
okay. I'm just saying.
You
Either
know,
way,
when I
like,
spoke to Vlad about it.
but the point I'm making though is that there is when you're looking at it, you can clearly tell that is Lyle Convoy's Facebook account, right? With
Well,
Lyle,
yes, but because we know his name, sure,
yes,
yeah.
but Lyle has not done any effort from the looks of it to disconnect that from his personal life. In terms of that, if you look at the post on it, it is like him posting like
Okay.
YouTube
Okay,
comments.
so
Like his
if
profile
so
picture,
if
his
we were
profile
talking,
picture is a picture he's used as like his Discord picture, or on stream is
yeah,
like
sure,
a
but
Wiggler.
if we were
So
talking about like everyone involved in this being public figures, and there's this real push to turn his wife into a public figure, which I also think is fucking retarded.
yep, I agree with that.
Maybe I'd agree with you, but like you look at this Facebook, you see on his family section, his wife's not listed there. I can't see an easy link to his wife's profile. There's nothing links up there. The only way you're
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to
yeah.
find these comments is apparently by rooting through multiple comments. Also, there's been this whole thing of Beckett said it's locked down, and you can still see all these comments. I didn't say privated, motherfuckers. I said locked down. Lio's taken efforts to have the privacy settings set so you have to be friends with him or like certain posts aren't visible. I believe there might be visible posts there because again it's a like hidden post there because again it's from 2009. It's a very old Facebook account. That's what lockdown means. I didn't say private, I said lockdown. He's taken the effort with those settings to make sure that that's not just a wide open Facebook account.
Yeah.
right? So I don't know. He seems to have made efforts. This clearly isn't something he promotes. It's linked to him because everyone knows his name. It's got the like Lio picture, but he's not there being like, "Hey guys, I'm going live in 20 minutes." On that account, it's mostly stuff linked through from his Instagram, and it's basically just a legacy account. I think if you're going to go, well, his wife's on there in this one comment, I think you're fucking mental. It's that is her publicly identifying herself almost on just like a tiny technicality. It could easily have been missed. I've never heard this narrative ever talked about until recently. And yeah, it's just like it's trying to find a retroactive justification for the action as to why it's not doxing, which I think is fucking bullshit. I think it's cowardly.
Yeah, I agree. Because this point I made earlier is that he is seemingly bringing up things that he clearly didn't know at the time, as reasons to vindicate himself just because he knows it now. But I'm gonna send you this real quick, because I'm being asked for you to explain this. Open image link, so I can pull up on stream real quick, and then I'll read their exact message. Just 1 second.
Sure.
That they sent with that. Just make it smaller on stream. And then we pull up the message.
I can just read it.
Like,
Ultimately, in my
no,
humble
I'm talking
opinion,
about
targeting a family member who isn't part of this online shit is actually worse than doxing, generally speaking. Aiden doesn't contest this is what he did.
Yeah, well,
Well, he doesn't contest it. Does he contest that's what he did?
So yeah, ultimately my whole opinion, targeting family member isn't part of the online shit. Then yeah, like they're just asking for you to explain that message or post. Is this from Twitter, I think, or is this from like a Discord?
Yeah, this is part of my original
That's right.
thing that I responded with. I don't know. It seems pretty straightforward. What's that to explain?
I agree. I was just asked to have you explain it. I don't know.
Well, the word
you...
ultimately means sort of at the end and finality, and when all things are considered.
All agreement.
In is sort of like, I don't know, you're contained. Obviously I'm identifying myself. Humble. I don't want to be like, I kind of have too much of an ego to say I'm correct. Opinion is a belief I hold. Targeting is the action of identifying somebody and then focusing on them in particular. A is a letter. Family is somebody you are linked to, usually through either marriage or blood ties. Member, as in part of a group. Is this good?
I feel like you're doing
do we
your
need to
job.
go on? I can get a fucking dictionary out if people need. I feel like this is an incredibly simple statement.
Yeah. Let me see. But yeah, I don't know. I need to. If this user wants to call in, I feel like that'd be.
I mean,
more
are we
beneficial.
saying that Aiden does contest this? He didn't contest this to me on the call. Neither of us recorded this. Maybe this is a lesson that I need to stop being like, listen, maybe I just need to fucking start be like, listen, all calls are gonna be recorded now. Fuck it, whatever.
Do you mind moving over to the live channel in my server?
Oh dude. Okay. Sure.
Just
where is your fucking channel?
It's like has a little pin. Are you?
Okay,
Are
cool.
you in my server? You were, I think. Oh, he was. Here he is. Oh, you're just appearing offline. It's just a case, like, because I don't know. That's a weird thing to ask to be clarified because I feel like it is a very direct message,
Yeah, sure.
So, like, I don't know why they're asking for it to be clarified. I agree with you on that. So, because at the end of the day, I don't think you'll talk to Aiden on a stream anyways. I think, I do want to say I do not believe neither of you recorded y'all's call between each other. There's no way two people that are, like, big in this space just didn't fucking record the call.
No, I didn't record it. I don't have a copy of it.
And Aiden claims he didn't.
Yeah, we agreed not to. So.
Yeah, and when had that stopped anybody? Let's be so dead ass.
Generally, if I'm going to record a call, I'll tell somebody it's recorded. Generally, not always, but generally.
Exactly, that's my point. Exactly.
But in this case, no, I didn't record it.
Yeah. and talking through it with fucking Gilded, right? Um, your tweet where you listed his fucking like the several angles he's tried. Vlad has clarified a little bit of that to me, but I feel like Aiden's stance overall of what happened in the course of events of that caused it to happen. In icy chat with him, like doxing Lyo's wife or
Okay, so here's like the basic thing.
Yeah.
Explanations very quickly become excuses, and there's a difference between going, here is the order of events versus here is all the reasons why I'm actually vindicated. Aiden is on the second path. It's not an order of events. It's not an explainer. It's a vindication play.
Okay.
And like, it doesn't matter, right? Aiden's the content creator. Aiden's the person who should know better. And at that point, like, giving a ton of fucking reasons, you can like give those and be like, yeah, I still spread docs information. And here are all the other things and why it's bad and like all the other stuff. It's not. It's here are all the reasons that it vindicates me. And that's the frustration. All I want, and I've said this to Aiden, is him to own the position that what he did was wasn't just reckless, it was malicious. And maybe this is what triggers me a little bit. It's like, well, I was incredibly reckless and I was drunk and I was like, you were pulling information like this while sober. I don't know what you're talking about. You're clearly having enough of these conversations with people that Goat was sending you things. People had things on hand.
So my only issue
I
with that,
don't really go on.
I would say my only issue with that, right, is it never got far enough for us to see if like he was going to take it further than just being drunk and retarded in a private VC, right? So I'm not sure. So that there's like an uncertainty there of like what was he going to do with this information other than just to have it so he could like flaunt it at Lyle, which Lyle wouldn't care, right?
Hold on. If you've got that information to flaunt it at Lyo,
not like publicly post it like, oh, I know this stuff about your wife, But
well, how are you gonna float it? How are you gonna flaunt it at Lyo anyway? If you're not doing
just
that,
to say that
because if
you're, I know, and I'm saying that's like
hold
that
on.
is
So, but we'd agree. I hope we'd agree that gathering information on somebody and then flaunting it to them in a threatening manner is like wrong, right? That's
yes.
I think
yes.
that would still. I think that would almost still come under.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that
definition of what we're talking about with kind of with doxing and gathering people's information.
I'm not saying
I don't know if that's any better.
Thing. I think I would say it's better. Just because that information of that person is not being posted and spread. It's more just a verbalized failed
Well,
threat.
Verbalized, get in a call with me or I'll release your wife's information. Yeah, that would have been far better. I don't know.
Sorry, look at what chat fucking Drew's got banned. Don't ban Drew, dude. Or did you just delete his messages? Oh, he's time to untime him out, man. Untime him out. Dude, just let him.
I mean, like, look, I'm happy to own the position that it was unfair of me to call Aiden a doxer. Said this to him. It's basically in the first tweet. I was annoyed at Aiden and the way he was trying to weasel his way out of this. I've said this to him. But yeah, it would be more accurate, and I would normally be more accurate with people, that it was spreading docs information. I feel like that tweet clarifies it. I mean, it is a walkback of a stronger, more condemning position. Yeah. And that seems to be what we agreed in our conversation, and he freaked out at me. I don't know what to say. Ultimately, what annoys me, and Aiden knows this, is the constant retrospective justifications. It's the worming out of it of, actually, I didn't do anything wrong, guys. It was totally kosher. That's how it comes across. That's my issue. Stop doing that, and I'll stop fighting with you.
Yeah.
This is in my message to him in April as well. Like, if you go to my original tweet, I messaged him in April on Discord and said this to him. I don't think that it is you do this thing and you are fucked forever by any means. But if you're going to constantly try and litigate this so that somehow your reputation becomes neutral again, or you're the good guy, yeah, fuck off. Why should I bother?
Yeah, that's fair. I can see like your side of being pissed about it because you were there talking to him when it happened, or not when it happened, but like post, like get post nut clarity with him and everything. So,
Yeah,
um,
unfortunately, this is the sort of thing that people are going to bring up to attack you when you're in a drama like the one you're in with DGG. But you have to just sort of deal with it. Everyone's got stuff like this. Everyone's
yeah.
got stuff like this that they're going to use, right?
Hmm. I'll
I'm sure, like if I was in a drama about DMs being leaked, I'm sure people would bring up the Destiny stuff with me. They go, well, what about the time you brought out the Pixie messages? And I'd have to eat that and go, yeah, yeah, I fucked up.
mhm.
Oh, there wouldn't be like, there's no good rationale. And also the thing of this was 6 months ago, bro. What do you mean? That is this year. That is your last core drama. Like you can't just be like, oh, 6 months ago, guys. Bro is talking about things Lio did years and years ago, and it's still apparently relevant. It just seems completely fucking retarded. So yeah, I don't know. Um,
Yeah, no, I mean that makes
I
sense,
I
man.
feel like I walked back and we had a long conversation. It seemed fine. I'm surprised he freaked out. Um, I thought that message would be fine.
I think, as I said,
Um,
I just believe it's the semantics of the situation. And him, from the sounds of it, misunderstood what you were posting, um, or what your
well, I
reply
don't
to
understand. I
Denal.
don't understand how he
I
can retweet. I don't understand how he can read Vlad's tweets and go, look, listen. He could have misread things, sure. And the things in that call were crazy to say. They were a joke, but they're still like crazy things to say. Uh, but let's not make it something it's not. Aiden wasn't like planning to turn up at Lio's house and rape his wife.
Yeah,
But like Vlad's like saying the same thing I am. I don't know if it comes down to semantics. Again, I feel like this is fairly straightforward and clear. You've just shown me a message being like, "Can you clarify this?" And I feel like my language is pretty clear. We all speak English here.
yeah.
I don't think it's that
No,
fucking
and like
crazy.
I mean, the chatter asked, man. And it's like, okay, let's see if there's any deeper meaning to this. So,
Watch Aiden's last stream and watch the live chat reply and see how many retards are coming in and spamming about this. That's why it's been brought back up. Well, yeah, they're going to. He's in the middle of a Destiny Look, Aiden seems to think that he can hand wave this and go, well, actually, nobody's claiming that I'm a doxer. And it's like, well, people have shifted their position and done like new information. And listen, we were harsher because of the fact that he targeted someone's wife. Undoubtedly. But the idea that Aiden was treated more harshly than he should have been, I think is fucking crazy. Like, again, anybody else who went after someone's family member, you'd be fucked. You'd be fucked. There'd be like literally no route back. People are high if they think otherwise. You don't go after it. You certainly like there are taboos about talking about people's family members. I mean,
yeah.
isn't this the whole like Parry Aiden thing? Like this shit got brought up between the two of them with like Aiden's stepdad or whatever, and people were like, "Oof, that's a little bit far." And Aiden bringing up stuff about Parry's family. Oh, that's a bit far. Aiden is directly talking about the information of a family member while debating on whether they're a public figure. It's absolutely fucking absurd. And they're like, yes, people were obviously going to freak out. He's going to have to live with that.
Yeah.
Frankly, in some ways, if people are like, oh, he's spreading docs information, that I think is probably the lesser of the issues here. And I'd be like grateful that people aren't latching onto that. Because yes, it's like that level of unhingedness does look worse. Sorry. Aiden is not hand waving it. He keeps addressing it over and over again at length. Yeah, he needs to stop looping on it. That's part of the problem. But I can't control that. Aiden needs to just like either ignore it when it comes up in chat or just hand wave it and say, I've addressed this. I'm not doing it again. You
So,
can do that, by the way, if it's brought up in a conversation with you. You can
so,
just go, I'm not addressing this again.
so
I've talked
the
about it at length. It's irrelevant.
so the chatter that asked you to clarify the picture I sent you, they're calling in, so
Sure.
they can directly ask what they want to ask.
Hmm.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, what's up? Hi.
Okay. Well,
You can
uh,
hear me?
yeah, we can hear you. The floor is yours.
Alright. So Beckett, I guess my main concern or question, I guess, is why are you like pushing foot around like the whole fucking thing about calling to Aiden's? Like clearly you care like enough to be constantly replying. So like and you said earlier that you're just like just because you can be an asshole and not do it because you think it's funnier. But like if you truly think like Aiden's like this fucking like worse than a doctor in your own words, like why the fuck you don't just call him or call in? And like what's the whole point of being like a pussy about it? Like what's up?
It's far funnier to do this than watch him spiral out.
Have you considered that you kind of look like a faggot during the whole thing?
Okay,
Don't you
watch the
think?
language.
I mean, who gives a shit?
You do clearly enough. So why you don't call in to like sort everything out?
I mean, you're asking me the same question. I'm going to give you the same answer. I'm here talking about it now. I'm talking about it on Twitter.
Well,
Yeah,
but you're
that's
calling to some fucking nobody's stream about like to come
Yeah,
I
on,
know.
just
I
call it.
I
understand.
have
I got, li-
300
listen. Okay, hold on.
subscribers.
This shit doesn't really work with me. I pick up the phone constantly to basically everyone. So like doing the whole
Uh,
all you're running is fucking nonsense. I pick up the phone to everyone if I'm choosing not to in this case because I think it's funny. You can listen. You can do this. You can be like, oh my god, you're scared. You're running back. Listen, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Okay, I think this is funnier. It's fun to watch Aiden spiral and deny him the conversation, which is what he really wants. So that's what I'm gonna do.
It's 12 p.m. my time, so it's probably like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. for you. So like you clearly care enough to be on this fucking ship,
I've
but you
literally
won't
just
call
woken
in.
up.
You're being a fucking pussy and you're a
Beckett,
faggot, dude.
Beckett's my
Woke up
friend.
like an hour ago.
You fucking kill yourself.
Okay, well that was insightful.
That was
Anyway,
productive. That was productive. Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that was helpful. Okay, it doesn't really clarify anything about the messages. I mean, yeah, the idea that Aiden's worse than Doxer as well. It's like the action is worse than doxing. I'm happy to walk back the fact that Aiden um doxed, I guess. But yeah, overall, I just like I don't know. This is where we're at.
Yeah, I mean
If
it's
Aiden
fair.
if Aiden stops spiraling about this, I'll stop being mean about him. It's pretty simple.
What if Aiden called into the INUT stream?
I mean, I don't really mind. Look, I'm gonna say the same things that I've said before, but
Just on a
yeah.
public platform.
I don't know. I don't know where we're like. None of this gets anywhere. This is my biggest frustration with Aiden, I suppose. Like, if I talk to most people, I feel like you have a conversation and it resolves something, or at least you hit a point where you don't need to talk about it again. With Aiden, every single conversation I ever have with Aiden leads to a month later request for exactly the same fucking conversation, because it's like talking to a brick wall.
Well, I
And it
feel
just
like
stops being fun at some point.
I feel like to the extent he is someone that operates though, that if the call happens live,
What, you
he
mean a
probably
retard? Yeah.
he just
Um,
well just if the
I don't
call
know. I don't
happens
know.
live,
Maybe
I feel
maybe
like
we can do
he
it like he has to he has
responds
to
to
he has to do we have to do the whole thing while playing a bot lane together
look.
in League of Legends.
How
And
about
he has to play
I will be
properly.
the wick of the call. Okay?
No, I don't listen. I don't care
I
about
will be
moderator.
wick.
No, it
I
needs to be
will
funny.
be
I need
wick
an
and I will
incentive.
side with one of you and make
Someone
it
offered
very
me
clear.
money actually. Someone offered me money to call in, and I turned that down. No, it
Yeah,
needs an
but
incentive for it to be funny. Like I don't know. I'm
after
leaning towards he has to come and play League of Legends.
yeah, but that means
We
then
have
he
to do
has to
bot lane
make
on
a
League of
UK
Legends in
account.
bronze.
Okay.
Yeah, he does. I'd have to make an account as well. I don't have a League of Legends account anymore.
What if that's
I just
like
feel like
what if
League is
okay.
a really annoying game to play. So
I will tell
it has to
him
be funny.
that he can call in, but he has to play League of Legends with you.
No, we'll have to properly get it set up. We'll have to get it
Like,
set
oh,
up.
so
We can
have
have
the
a
conversation while
conversation.
you're playing League?
Yeah, it has to. No, he has to talk to me about this while playing bot lane with me on League of Legends.
Who's support and who's ADC?
I don't mind. He can pick either. I'll play either.
He could be like your heal kid.
Yeah.
He could be like your soul member.
Yeah, it just needs. Listen, a conversation with Aiden about the same thing over and over again is just fucking boring for me. Okay, so we need a way to make it fun
What if
and
you
entertaining for me.
What if you 1v1 on League of Legends?
No, fun for me. As in, he needs to suffer. Whereas I don't like playing League of Legends. I don't enjoy it.
I wanna
But
talk about-
I feel like talking to, having to try and like, I don't know, loop on this topic while stuck in a league game with me would be entertaining. So
So Distraction 6734 says, here's their thing. If the roles were flipped in this situation and Aiden went to everyone except Beckett, the person he has an issue with, Beckett would go, oh whatever, and he would be annoyed about it. Or he would be annoyed about it. Sorry.
Hold on, let me just piece that together. Give me a sec. Um, would Beckett go, oh, whatever, or would he be annoyed about it? I think, no, listen, I'm happy to accept it's an exceptional circumstance. My general stance is that if you're talking shit about somebody, you should talk to them. It's just in this case, it's much funnier not to. But yeah, normally I'd get in a call. And if Aiden's like annoyed with me and he's like, oh, Beckett won't get in a call. Yeah, I understand why he's annoyed with me. It's not like a mystery.
Let's see if any more icy chatters want to come in and, say something. I don't know. I mean, what was that guy's name? Bayou? Something like that. That was a pretty banger exit argument he had. So I'm curious to see what other arguments are made.
What was the banger exit argument? Like
He
getting a call,
said-
you're a fag? I
No,
mean,
he
bye.
said, I think he said you're an F slur and you should kill yourself.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think
unfortunately, I'm not 16, so it's not really
I'm
that
just saying that's a
effective.
banger. Like,
I mean, sure, if that's people's opinion. I mean, I'll happily admit I'm being a petty dick. I don't think that's deniable. Normally, I'd get in a call. Yeah.
but it's fair. It's fair. Sometimes it's fun to do things for the sake of it just being.
I'm not
fun.
even saying people shouldn't talk to Aiden. I'm just saying that I personally can't be bothered.
Yeah. What's with the new OC by the way, or I guess variant of your OC? What's the inspiration?
Oh, I did like I did a mixtape stream. Someone paid me to play
Oh,
mixtape.
yeah.
So this is like 90s Beckett.
And then Dickers copied you and played the game as well. And the British Runner then copied and played the game as well. All you like, UK people just
To be fair, it's
fucking.
because it's Mauler's fault from EFAP. His audience was paid Diorio to play mixtape. They paid him like $1,000.
Okay, so y'all
Then they
copied
came
a
to
bad
me.
man.
And then, well, they offered me $500. So
at some point, someone probably did it for free, which is probably either
I think a few
Dickers
people have done
or
it for
British
free.
Runner.
I know Dwermy, one
I know
of
who
the
fucking Dwarmy is, dude.
he's one of the sector streamers. He did it. He's doing it for $50, so it's like gone down over time.
Dude, my cat's scratching my door. My cat's
I'm gonna
telling
have a
me to
cigarette.
You
Oh
have
god,
a
I feel like
cigarette. shit. Make your
I ran a
sickness
stream
worse.
last night. I was totally fucking dead. I went to bed at like 7 o'clock, having spent the whole day like most of the day sick, and then I was like, I'll just sleep for a few hours and I'll get up and stream. Woke up, it was like 5 in the morning. What the fuck?
You should do that again.
Yeah, okay, so I guess that's my offer. Like, if I'm gonna talk to Aiden, we have to make it funny for me. So maybe playing a bot lane on League together, we can do it that way, or we can like find something else annoying to play. And he has to play it properly, okay?
You can
Like
just
that's the condition. And maybe we'll do it on my stream. Everyone's always calling into fucking Aiden's stream, or like, and I rarely take callers, so we'll
Yeah.
do it on mine. Do it that way. That way, my audience can see it. So it'll be good because they won't watch Aiden. Right.
Dude, Vincent Martin was in chatter here. Dude, why is
Good
my
old
cat
Vince.
scratching my door?
I mean, I think the other side of this is I think it was pretty fair when I covered it on stream. Because I went over this and talked about it. I wasn't particularly mean. I wasn't particularly cruel to Aiden. But yeah, I again, if the Facebook thing was widely known, at the time when this happened 6 months ago, he'd have an argument. But coming back 6 months later and being like, actually, she's a public figure because she was mentioned in these DMs between Peaches. Which, by the way, that keeps being brought up. I have clarified the only reason those DMs between Peaches and Jordan, which mention Liar's wife, are even public, is because of me and Kumo. Like, it's not Lio that made those public. It's not even Peaches. It's me and Kumo who made them public. It's this constant attempt to make her a public figure, which is just, fucking insufferable.
Yeah, some sort of justification. I think that's a fair point. I'm not.
Just own the position. It's super easy. Just
Yeah.
own the position. We all fuck up. We all do things. Aiden's not beyond redemption. Or anything else. Just own the fucking position. I don't feel like it's that complicated.
Just take accountability. You know, I think that's a fair statement. Stop trying to obfuscate the point and just take accountability.
It's also like I said this with my own stuff, with the Pixie stuff. There are things with the Pixie stuff that I wouldn't apologize for because I thought it was completely reasonable, and I'd do it again. And if there's things like, and let's be clear, if Aiden's like, this is public information, this was always public information, he shouldn't be apologizing at all. He should just be like, yeah, I'd do it again because it's public information. If he was confident about that, and if he was confident about the video being public, he would have played the video on stream.
Yeah.
Right? He'd just show the message. He'd just be like, well, this is public information.
Yeah. So I got someone else.
But he knows, and I know that it's obviously fucking not.
Yeah. So I got someone else that wants to join. If you would like to, it's Simpman. I don't know if you have Simpman.
Yeah, sure. Simpman can join.
Oh, Simpman.
Hey, hello? There we go.
What's up, man?
Wait, hold on. 1 second. Wait, Beckett, I have a better idea than League. You and Aiden watched the Goat Cado documentary while you work this out. What, you mean like watch Hidden's Goat documentary and we're like not allowed to pause it? That could be really interesting. That's actually not a terrible idea, Tyrone.
Okay.
You can talk now, Thin Man.
All right. Thank you. All right. I just had a quick question because I was just wondering, because obviously, so you're saying that past arguments that Aiden were making to justify his actions of what he did then are being erased because now he's going with new surfaced arguments that he's finding, like new information's coming out to give credit towards justification of what he was doing. Is that what?
Well, it's constantly new arguments. So for instance, originally we started with what? Like he was drunk, and then Goat gave him the picture, right? I think that was the first one, and then it moved on to probably about a month into this. Well, actually, Vlad and Kumu doxed her. And then it was, and this video doxed her. But importantly, all through these arguments, Aiden has been going, well, actually, other people doxed Liar's wife. Now we're on the Facebook thing, and maybe she's a public figure, which would make it not doxing. Well, if Aiden believed that, he would have said it from the fucking beginning. He didn't. He tried to pin the blame of spreading PII onto other people. And he's continued to do this. So it can't be both, right? It can't be, I thought this information was private, but other people dug it up, and the information isn't private. Those are directly contradictory. He's using this Facebook thing to try and fully exonerate himself, and that's what I have an issue with currently. Along with the fact that this is what he's been doing for the past 6 months to try and find any angle where he's no longer the villain.
I agree. That is clearly one of the issues. I do also think that what Idart was saying earlier as well, with I guess what were you saying? He was getting harassed by the DGG community now?
Yeah. It's all a compilation where he's trying to clear himself of anything to be used against him.
There's two parts to this. Firstly, and again, you can go and read the message in the tweet that I sent to him in April. It's clear that the constant weaseling has annoyed me more than anything else. Obviously,
Mhm.
as I say in the tweet, I'm somebody who like will openly like work with people getting better from doing fucking stupid shit. It is very rare for me to completely close the door on anybody. But the weaseling and the constant retroactive justifications have obviously pissed me off quite a lot. I just think
Mhm.
it's intensely shitty behavior. Um, what did you just say? What was the last sentence you said, Simpman?
Oh, I was saying that the DGG community is also piled onto
Oh
him
yeah,
now. So
okay. And one thing that he needs to get over is he can make any argument he wants. TGG aren't going to care. There is no argument he can make where he can deflect this. Because DGG don't care whether I think he's a doxer or spreading dox information or completely vindicated. They don't give a shit. They're fighting with him and they will use anything they can. He's not dealing with people who are interested in the facts and logic of the situation. He's dealing with DGG. And at some point, he needs to get used to the idea that there isn't an argument he can make to these people that they're suddenly going to go, "Oh yeah, no, that's fine." These are the same people who, when Connor brought out this stuff about Destiny and this Brit girl, now, again, I don't think there's enough evidence, at least from what I've seen, to be making claims to that level. But the response from DGG was, so who cares? Who cares if Destiny was sexting image, like having sexual conversations around sending images of this woman's actual children? They're consenting adults. These people are out of their fucking minds. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Just literally just be like, already discussed it, don't care, stop deflecting. If they bring it up, just be like, it doesn't matter. I've already addressed this. Fuck off. Stop deflecting. It's very
yeah,
easy. It's classic debate bro tactics. That's a whataboutism. He should know this. Why isn't he doing that? Be on the attack. It's very simple. Like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him.
I agree. What's it called? I think that if Aiden just like owned up to the fact and just like didn't let that thing bother him, obviously DGG really has no power or anything to really do against him. And the sooner he understands that DGG doesn't give a fuck about what his stance is, or if like let's even say that Lio and his wife forgave him, they don't care. They're still
Yeah,
just
they
gonna
wouldn't
bring
give a
it up
shit.
as an attack anyway. So
They wouldn't give a shit. And it's like we know this with everything. We all have past controversies. If someone brought up the pixie shit to me, and people do this every now and again, it's like, yeah, that's why I apologized. Moving
mhm.
on. What do you mean?
yeah.
Like, yeah, obviously, I said sorry at the time. I fucked up. Let's talk about your fuck up and you apologizing for it. There we go. Nice, easy. I can do it, and I'm not even a debate bro. This shit isn't that hard.
Oh, well, then I guess I do only have one question, really, just for though iNut. Have you like talked to Aiden about this at all?
No, I asked him to call in at like the beginning of the stream, and I saw him come online once, and he never replied to me. So
Fuck. Oh, uh, again, I think really that just a simple conversation really can't happen, and I think that it can even happen off stream. I don't think it needs to be a public thing. But as you said, you want to do something entertaining, something that's going to bring joy to you.
No, it should
I
be
pers-
entertaining. Like both of
I
us should suffer through it, and it should be
I
something where it distracts from the conversation because I just want to see. I just want to see how he handles it. I think it'd be funny because like I don't look. In some ways, the irony of all this is I went on stream and I was like, yeah, I'll walk back that position to Aiden spreading docs info. And the reality is, there are still plenty of people, regardless of what I say, who are like, Beckett, you're just being nice. You're being too kind. People have DM'd me about this, by the way. When I was doing it, they were like, you're being way too kind to Aiden. Okay? He is a doxer. He did go at it. Like, I'm getting shit on the other side for just walking back the position to spreading docs info, which again, I think is more accurate. Um, I think that is a fairer way to put it. I don't think people care. Like the problem is that Aiden went so overboard, and I've said this to him. He went so overboard. And he has talked to me, by the way, about the reasons why he went so hard at Lio, because there are reasons.
Mhm.
And I think it's understandable. But yes, it was fucking crazy. So yes, people are going to have those continued lingering issues. It's life. So I'm saying
Well-
and yes, no, I'm still kind of like fucking sick. Anyway,
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I understand. I think you gave some good points. Obviously, I think Aiden will
you don't
do
need to
good if he
ego
actually
stroke me. I'm
listened
good.
to it.
But right.
But yeah, I think, yeah, simple conversation, and I hope he at least tries to call in or maybe listens to this call. Be awesome.
I mean, maybe he will, maybe he won't. It's really up to him. I think the spreading of Lionel's wife's information is again something he can just go, yeah, shouldn't have done that. I'm retarded, and move on, and no one would care. He could have done that 6 months ago. He could have just taken accountability for it. It's the constant looping of it that's been a problem for him because it keeps that story fresh. There's always another crash out for random chatters to laugh at. And he should know this. The spiraling's the problem. I don't know. Ban the word Lio from your chat. Ban the word docs from your chat. Do that kind of shit. Stop addressing it every 5 fucking seconds. Like everyone at this point who is aware of this drama has made their mind up about it, and it's going to be used against you in those conversations. If I got involved in the Destiny stuff and like started going at Destiny, let's say I made a video on Destiny and all this shit that was happening with the Snark server, the response from DGG would be, "This is the guy who leaked Pixie and Erudite's messages. He's anti-Destiny. You can't trust him," because it doesn't matter what I say. That would be the response.
Hmm. I think what's it called? Aiden's just spreading out a little bit too much, and like is like repeated mode. So, the sooner he gets off the train, he'll do a lot better. And with friends like Apple, I'm sure he'll get off of that soon. All right. And when can I donate to you, Apple?
Never.
All right. Well, love you, dude. Good luck to you guys.
Ah.
Hope the drama.
I disconnected him.
Is this a new channel, Einat?
What do you mean?
I swear you had more than 317 subscribers.
No, I'm at my peak, man.
Okay. Don't worry, you only need like 200 more and you can like...
Yeah,
donate.
500. Yeah. I mean, I stream like monthly now, maybe every 2 weeks.
Yeah, right, you can't ban a word to stop it.
So.
Yeah, you can have your mods like delete anybody who brings it up. It probably won't help, but you can do that.
So, let's see. So, it's being brought up to me regarding whenever Lio, spread the video that had all of what's her name? Fucking names, Barbie's shit.
Oh yeah.
What like one, his tweets are still up about it. 2, what I guess let you move on past that with him. I mean, I guess he stopped trying to justify it, I guess, if he ever apologized. But did he ever apologize about it?
Don't know. I basically one of the reasons I don't focus on it is because Barbie doesn't want it focused on. Most people aware of the Barbie stuff are aware of that video. It's shitty. I want to be clear as well. Like, so I've not said at any point like Aiden doing this like means that no one can ever speak to him again, right? I think I said at the time when that video came out, when Lio tweeted that video out, he shouldn't have done. So, if you want to say, is that spreading docs information? Yeah, probably. You can probably put it in the same category, yeah.
So, then I guess my question then would be, along with that, on your end, do you think it's worth still bringing up? Because, I mean, sure, Aiden keeps bringing it up as well, but, like...
Well, no, this is my whole point. Stop bringing this shit up and drawing attention to it. Because it's the endless looping on these topics that's so fucking frustrating. Right?
So it's not necessarily the action of what he did that's pissing you off, it's more so that he keeps bringing it up.
It is the endless... Again, go and read the message from April. It is the endless justifying and re-justifying and recontextualizing of this shit that annoys me more than anything.
Okay, so
if Aiden stops doing this, and it's in the message, if he stops doing it, I'll stop like digging at him for it. It is the endless. Actually, it was fine for me to do this that pisses me off. I don't know if there's another way I can say this. I don't know how many times more. I said this to him on the first call we had about this when this happened in January. It was the endless looping about like Lyo shit and what it does to him is my biggest issue with Aiden. It's not even the idea of spreading the docs information. It is this shit is highly unhealthy. What it turns him into is like freakish and weird, and he needs to stop doing it. And it's boring and annoying to deal with. That's been my constant stance.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that clarifies it a lot for me in terms of how you feel about it. Because again, I think people were asking like a consistency check. So, because in terms of consistency, as long as like him doing the docs, but then or the spreading of the docs rather, isn't like the crux of your issue with him, and it's more so just how he's handled it. I think that clarifies it a lot. Because I can agree.
Shit happens.
Because
Shit happens.
I don't think I've
It's not the end of the fucking world.
in like the almost I was gonna say in almost like 2 years, I think like I've been aware of Lyo and covered him and everything. I don't think I've ever seen him once bring up the stuff regarding Barbie. So I think that is consistent with your claim and what your issues with Aiden.
Yeah.
So
like, and I'm friends with Barbie. I've outright said like talking about that video or trying to talk like and actually it's weirdly similar to some of the conversations I've had with President Sunday. About him talking about people's because people make professional claims and whether they're actually professional enough to make those claims. Sunday's done this with Erudite and he did it with a doctor. And like, despite the fact that I'm friends with Sunday, I'm good friends with Sunday. I've criticized Sunday for this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't really think it's worth digging into people that hard, even if they're trying to make professional claims. Don't trust people on the internet and unless they're like in a professional take, unless they are actually providing their credentials. Take them with a pinch of salt. That's my general stance.
What? Ugh. Sorry, yawning. For would you call Aiden if he promised to join Lyo's family?
What if he became a found family person?
Yeah. Like, what if he joined Lyo's family?
No, that also wouldn't help. The found family stuff is retarded. Like, listen. We'll work out a game to play if he's really that desperate. We'll work out a fun way to do it. It just has to be entertaining. Like, there has to be another element rather than just Aiden spurging at me for like an hour, trying to debate every angle of this. Okay, and there needs to be a little something for me.
Okay.
Because otherwise, like, what the fuck doing? Because it's also worth noting, right, that this isn't that important to me. I know the caller, whatever the fuck his name is, was like, this obviously matters to you because you're prepared to phone into China. I've phoned into you for like way more random shit than this.
Yeah,
I don't care that much. I stopped talking. I stopped talking about it. I haven't covered Aiden. I didn't bring up the Simpman stuff. I didn't cover his parry fight. I stopped talking about this shit. Aiden's the only one who still cares. Vlad barely cares about this shit. I am confused, and he doesn't seem to have answered this, why he has an issue with Vlad having the same stance as me. Because he seemed fine with it. He seemed fine with it. I don't know if I'd even say that, like, spreading docs information like this makes you a doxer either. I do think they are different things. I think the intent and effort are different. But it seems to be he's focused on this Facebook thing and it's not really a dox, which again I think is fucking bullshit. Yeah. I think the standards we hold for family members as well is different. Like, we're not talking about his wife's not a content creator. She's not involved in this internet shit. She's a fucking normie.
Yeah. No, I agree.
We obviously treat these people differently. I mean, I don't know what the line's meant to be here. What if somebody comments on one of Aiden's old videos or something, and it's his grandmother? It's like, oh, I'm so proud of you, grandson. Are people going to be like, oh well, listen, his grandmother's fair game now? That's obviously nonsense.
Morale says the intent isn't different.
The intent isn't different. Which intent are we talking about here? Okay, no, dude, I'm not debating morale. That would actually be unfair. Aiden would be super annoyed if I did that.
But wouldn't that be more funny?
No. No. Not debate broing the cowboy. We'll find a game to play. It'll be fun.
Let's see. Just have Aiden buy you a game that you want, and he'll do it. So what someone said.
Sadly, there are no games that I want at the moment. I've got everything.
Still
that I
playing
want.
Crimson Desert?
Not really at the moment. I'm playing Dragon's Dogma. Played a little bit of Armored Core. I need to finally play Stalker 2. That's on my list. That's currently
What do you
installed.
mean, Tyrone? My Discord is just the iNut.
I might go live in a bit actually. I don't know. I'll decide and do like a daytime stream, just like daytime gaming, do some random coverage of some shit. What's actually going on? Is it feels quiet. It's just like I've got to do all the
I
Lego
don't know.
update stuff. Got the
This
Riley
like
stuff.
was the only thing I really wanted to talk about. Really, it's the only thing I saw going on. Dude, my cat's meowing at my door. The other one this time though. It's not the first cat. It's the other cat.
Well, that's nice.
But yeah,
It's nice to have multiple cats.
dude, they're awesome. They're telling me probably to go to sleep. Just like 1:30 in the morning. But yeah, I think overall, I just think it'll blow over. I mean, not really. I think until you talk with Aiden, I don't think he's gonna stop asking to talk to you, and I don't think his community's going to.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
I do think it's funny. I've never seen so many, like, even for random Twitter shit, I've never seen so many accounts responding to me with like 12 followers.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, guys.
Morale said, "How about you do a Morale call chill stream with your close personal friend Morale and a call to talk and be friends with?"
I'll talk to Morale if we talk about something that's not this. How does he feel about that?
What if like Morale joins, but like he can only talk in like 10-second intervals?
Morale can join, but he's not allowed to use the word the.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if he accepts those terms, but we'll see. If he does, I'll send an invite right now. Okay. You're telling me Tyrone finally made a Discord account? That's awesome.
Wait, has Tyrone got a Discord account?
That's what it looks like, man. Finally. This guy was telling me for like a millennia he didn't have Discord. Wait, Becky, do you like the thumbnail?
I do. Good
It's
thumbnail.
awesome. Morale, why are we lying? You do know what the topic is. Why are you lying? Dude,
I slaved over it with my broken wrist. It's great.
Dude, I didn't know her wrist was broken, dude. I was now I feel bad. Because, like, yeah, I'm
I'm
trying
gonna
to,
do a
like,
Doctor Who watch party stream. Hold on. What depends what season. Potentially. Depends which Doctor and what season. Basically.
oh.
Classic Who, yes. Tennant, yeah. Yeah. Some Matt Smith, sure.
Second.
After Smith, a little bit. Depends on, yeah, maybe. Maybe.
I mean, did I spell that right? Tyrone clarify.
Eccleston. Yeah, hell yeah. We could do, yeah. Fuck yeah, Morale. Do that. Can we do the gas mask episodes, Morale?
Oh. So
I'll come do the gas mask episodes.
So
with you.
I
They're
will
great.
clarify something. I'm going to DM it to you. So because I'm not gonna say it because it leads to things.
Sure. I guess we'll just sit here in silence and wait until Discord like wakes the fuck up and sends me shit.
Well, yeah, because I'm not gonna fucking spread fucking docs in this fucking stream. Hello, I have standards, okay?
Interesting. Hold on a second. Well, importantly, he did not say that to me in the call, and
Yeah,
I was
that-
sat
that-
there fucking looking at it. So, give me a second. Let me see if I can find this.
Yeah, just you literally scroll down and you will see the channel and you will see titles that align with Lio's
Okay,
start.
cool.
Yeah. So
Cool.
not as easy, but
Yeah, that's certainly not as easy as it was described to me. But also, like there's a key bit in there that you would have to search for, which is the third word, which was not mentioned to me in the call.
yeah.
So yes.
I mean, maybe let
interesting.
me see if I look that up. Yeah, because if you look up the normal thing, like, then yeah, it doesn't show up. So, but still, that makes that relatively noticeable. What is Jimmy?
Yeah, I
Does
mean,
does my mic
listen,
sound like
if you
shit?
no, I mean, not to me. But yeah, I mean, like, sure, yeah. If you want to target if you wanted to target Lyo's wife, it's apparently not that hard to do so. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
So,
didn't realize that the boundary for whether doxing was fine was just how specific you had to be while doing it. I don't I don't know.
well, let me see. Well, hold up. Trying to see. It doesn't sound as good as usual. I mean, I have got my main PC back and I'm using my original microphone, and you saying that my more expensive microphone sounds worse than the cheap little Razer one I bought for my laptop has me a little sad. Let me see. Looking, yeah. So yeah, either way, moral of that is definitely it is relatively still should. Oh, okay. Hold up. So remove the. Actually, I don't know. Tyrone, you might be mistaken.
I mean, okay, here's the issue
But either
like
way.
I have with some of this anyway. It's I covered Lyo for quite a while. I've known this guy for a while. And people keep saying things like, well, you know, the Facebook is there or this thing is there. And it's like, yeah, but there's not a huge awareness about them. We're not talking about like Rowan from the Turkey Tom stuff, right? We're not talking about somebody attached to a huge, massive drama where there's a tweet with, I think, like last time I looked, 1.8 million views on it, with their Instagram account
So
pictured in it.
yeah,
You don't have that. You
real
have, if you search in really specific
no
keywords, you'll come across
actually
this video. And if you
actually
go through,
if you
this Facebook, which by the way, just quickly with this Facebook, I couldn't find Lyo's Facebook. I had no knowledge of it before talking to Aiden the other day. I had to get Lyo to send me his Facebook. I couldn't find it. I looked myself, couldn't find it. And then the argument is, well, once you've got Lyo's Facebook, if you go through all the comments, eventually you'll come across his wife, which I'm going to be honest with you, is I don't know if that passes the sniff test for that information being considered public or like or widely known or disseminated. I think that is a tenuous fucking link. And by the way, when we're talking about like doxing and OPSEC, most people are doxed by random comments or links that they've made over the years. Nobody would argue that makes it public. Like
yeah.
nobody does this.
So
It is obviously insane because like lots of us have lives before we became creators. So I don't know, finding some ancient comment somewhere and being like, well, now you're fair game is obviously bullshit. We never accept this with anybody else because that's how most people are doxed. That's how most people are doxed.
mm-hmm.
It seems completely fucking absurd to take this line. Now, I'm sure apparently as well, the Wix docs like that's out there is apparently a photo of him and his name in a tweet. That's what I've heard. That seems to be what the implications are. So if that's the case, then why is Aiden referring to that as a dox? It's a public tweet, Aiden. Double down. Say that Wick wasn't doxed in the server. Go fight Wick over it. Because it seems weird that it's both. Like if it's Wick's face that he's publicly identified with, his name that he's publicly identified with in a public tweet, how's that a dox? It seems again like we wouldn't accept this. I don't know.
So, no, that is all fair. I do want to point out real quick too. If you do take out the third word of that YouTube search, some of those videos still pop up. So,
Okay.
if you look up that without third word, it's still.
I mean, even then,
yeah.
like, and again, I'm fine with that being the
Yeah.
case.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
still say that is spreading docs information,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is the position I have moved to, right?
So
That's the position I've moved to.
that's good progress. Cause yeah, I mean, I think given the whole circumstance, I don't think he's like it's fucking evil. I would like to know what his intentions were going to be after gathering that information. I feel like it's a little obvious, but again, it's only assumption at that point. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I mean, you can make educated guesses, but that's still just like a guess. You know what I mean?
Well, if I recall, one of the arguments again was that Lio contacts people's families, so it should be fair game to contact his. I remember that being a argument at the time. I'd have to probably go and try and dig it up, but yeah, that seemed like a pretty clear narrative that Aiden was running along with.
Yeah, I heard that one.
So, yeah, I mean part of the problem as well is Aiden keeps saying, "Well, it was a joke, guys. It was a joke." If you've got like a history of making racist jokes, and everyone's like, "Yeah, he's just joking when he says the N word," and then you're caught like racially abusing or assaulting a black dude, suddenly those jokes don't look like jokes anymore. And you can say, "Oh, it's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke," all you want, but no one's going to fucking believe you, right? If you're constantly making comments about like fucking trans women, and you're like, "Oh, I'm just joking, guys," and then you're caught in DMs looking for Gok, it's not so much of a joke now, is it? It's a bit more. It's a bit more. It's a bit more legit. So, yeah. Anyway, anything else for me? Are we good?
I'm seeing if anyone else wants to say something. Because apparently I suck, man. Because like I'm not personally invested in this, if that makes sense. Like I do believe both.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm barely personally invested in this.
be.
I feel like I just answered a question from one of the random fucking A-log accounts, and this exploded way more than it fucking needed to.
Yeah.
He could have just messaged me and been like, "Oh, okay, well, can you not respond with denial and like because they upset me or whatever? I don't like being snarked, Beckett. Can you not respond to my snarkers? Okay, snarking's already bad, Beckett. You could have done that."
Yeah. It's like I don't know if people have genuine arguments and want to fight like combat it. I'm just not as in the loop, right? It's like all I've seen is what's on Twitter, and I'm gonna be so dead ass. I'm not reading like all of Aiden's walls of text. Like I got the gist of what he's saying, and I will side with him probably 60-70%. But I do think your main stance of that if he would just stop bringing it up, I would think that that's like pretty awesome.
I mean, is this snarking? I mean, like, look, there's two parts of this. Firstly, with denial stuff. Look, I get tweeted at by like the random fucking accounts. It's fine. It's what they do. Like, I don't ignore anyone. I mostly respond. The only people I'm muting at the moment is if you're a clipping account, I'm probably muting you. Like if you do like the clips of Queeman or Aiden or Dickers or whatever, I'm probably muting you. But other than that, I'll respond. Denial is, I mean, if denial's star based or whatever, sure, but yeah, that's a person on Twitter tweeting at you that you're a creator. You're gonna have to deal with that, unless you want to just start like locking down and blocking people, which is like gay as fuck. I don't know what to tell you. As for, I don't know, is there anything in particular stance wise you disagree with me on?
Me?
Yeah.
Again, like I think I laid out like I think you clarified what your main issue is and stance, and I think that initially,
I mean, I'm being flippant about some of this because I'm annoyed, right? I like,
yeah,
again, I'll own that. I think I have owned that pretty clearly. But yeah, generally, my main thing through all of this, through months and months, and the logs prove this, because that's what I'm DMing him. That's the conversations I've had with him. It's not, I didn't DM Aiden saying, "Hey Aiden, you doxed Liar's wife. I'm never talking to you again." I didn't say that. I haven't said that at any point in any of this. I said, "Aiden, you're obsessive and it's really fucking annoying. And stop doing it, and then I'll talk to you again." That's what I've said. But I've been completely consistent on.
yeah. Again, I think a few things just got misconstrued. Clearly with how Aiden responded to what you said. So I do think in your response, the only part that I would really think caused it really is the part where it says, ultimately, my humble opinion, targeting a family member who isn't part of the online shit is actually worse than doxing, generally speaking. Aiden doesn't have to contest that this is what he did, or Aiden doesn't contest that this is what he did. So to clarify that part, in y'all's private conversation, was that like a point that was like brought up that you brought up to him?
Yes.
And he
Yeah.
like, what was his response to that anyway?
He was like, "Yes, I understand, Becca. I totally agree with you. Yeah, it was malicious. Yes, it was fucking crazy. It was the worst part of this. I'm not pushing back on that at all." Because this is I guess why I started to like poke at him on Twitter and why I'm being a dick. Once again, I'll totally own being a dick. It's because I said to him, "Hey," Aiden came to me and said, "I'm being bullied by DGG, Beckett. They're really hurting my feelings. I'm a sad boy. And I want to be able to say that no one's calling me a doxer right now." We went back and forth, and I said, "Listen, the only reason I used the word doxer for you at all, rather than because usually I'm much more careful about wording, rather than being kind of going for the more accurate thing of spreading dox information, um, was because of how much you're pissing me off with the constant weaseling over this. When what you did in targeting Liar's wife was incredibly fucked up." And he was like, "I'm not contesting anything else you've said, Beckett. I'm just contesting whether I'm a doxer." And I was like, "That's fine. You can tell people I have walked back the stance of you being a doxer, that it's spreading dox information. And I wouldn't call you a doxer, Aiden, as long as you fully own the fact that you were maliciously going after a family member." And he was like, "Yeah, that's fine." Now, if he is walking that back, then again, it's not me that's changed my stance, it's him.
Okay. So
And
over.
also the fact that he did all of this because he became obsessed on a personal level with Lio Convoy, and this went beyond normal coverage. He got personally invested and upset and acted in a way that was unhealthy and that he would normally not engage with, and he recognizes is wrong.
So
But I'm not seeing that on stream. I'm not seeing that in any of the conversations he's having. All I'm seeing is fucking retrospective cope and trying to vindicate himself, which is not what we agreed on the call.
okay, and when was this call? Like in a timeline before this tweet from 2 days ago? I guess not 3 days ago, but
Probably, I don't know. We spoke probably a month. Actually, I can tell you exactly when we spoke. Give me a second. Um, Beckett, would you not have that energy if DGG was digging into your shit and community? Uh, Dude, I've been around those spaces longer than Aiden fucking has, so I don't know what you're talking about. I was around these fucking spaces ages ago. We had this conversation on the 20th of the 5th.
You said 20th
So
of
what,
the
like
5th. So like last
yeah, like
month.
35 days ago. Yeah.
Okay. So it was like like 20 seconds ago. So what really have you seen then that has changed his thought process about it, if any, right? Because something would then had to have changed his thought process from the time y'all spoke privately to now.
So I guess the problem is the last time I saw Aiden talk about this, was like he's like, oh, this was a reckless thing to do, right? It was reckless, guys. It's not reckless. It's fucking malicious, and it's those little downplays of it. And people can say, oh, he's apologized, he's owning it. But like, as far as I can see, only as much as he like really needs to before he moves on to I'm not a doxer, guys, honest, and like once again. It's every single like bit of accountability that he's taken from this seems to be like only what he needs to try and claw back some credibility, rather than just sitting down and being like, yes, obviously the worst part of this was targeting Lio's wife. I went fucking schizophrenic crazy person, and was like going after a family member. And when he said the stuff about, well, Beckett's walked back the position of me being a doxer, there wasn't any context given to that. There wasn't like a wider like context to the conversation of I agree with Beckett's other points about me being an annoying fucking spurg. There wasn't any of that. There was just like, I'm clear now. And I think one of the things I said on the call was, listen, as long as you're like clear that I've walked back the position of you being a doxer, and said it's like spreading dox information, but the clarifier is there that my other criticisms of you have been totally fair, then that's okay. That's cool. He didn't do that.
Yeah, he just
Right?
ran with the one thing. Okay. Now, I mean, again, it would be awesome if he was here to counter that. Like, 'cause it's to an extent, right? I don't think the beef between y'all is really all that serious, right? I think it is a.
Well, I don't think so. I'm
I
mostly
think.
poking him on Twitter. If it was that serious, I'd be like, I don't know, making a video on it or something.
Well,
I'm
I'm
poking him on
saying
Twitter. I'm obviously not taking this that seriously.
it's like I feel like even in the grand scheme of things, right? This is not a major thing for Aiden. This is like a drama for him. I don't think there is.
Look, again, I'll be honest. If it was anyone else who was targeting a family member, they'd be fucking done. Are you kidding?
Sorry,
Seriously.
can you
I
repeat
mean,
that?
like,
Sorry.
if it was anybody else who had gone and targeted or tried to get information, like detailed information on someone's family member, even under the like sort of like joking position of I'm gonna contact them to get you into a call with me, they'd be fucking done. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's Brian. Again, I think it's just the semantics of how it happened. Because again,
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, I'd say Aiden should be grateful at how lucky he's been. Frankly, this is the sort of thing that absolutely fucking wrecks people.
I agree to an extent, right? There's again, and I guess it depends because technically Lyle is a whole different community, sort of, kind of, but like he's still allowed to exist with again, like, whether against like the Jack stuff or the stuff with Barbie or any other thing. I don't think that necessarily, even if it was anyone else.
Is he allowed to exist? Is he allowed to exist? Because it's taken Lio about 3 years at this point to rebuild any kind of reputation. Aiden, it's been 6 months. And also, like, when we're talking about the Jack stuff, that stuff happened years and years and years ago.
Well, yes,
like,
but
again, it's like it's not something that like.
Yeah, but he's recovered from it. Is my point, right?
Yeah,
like,
sure, but
and at
but
that point,
Aiden didn't even go through sort of like a proper recovery period, right? He's still looping and spiraling on this, and like Lio's not sat there being like, well, there are reasons. He like accepts, or at least the last time I checked, accepts like
my reason for
contacting Jack's school is fucking absurdly unhinged.
Yeah,
to
but
say the
my
least.
point for that is like if he's cooked, if he was done, right? Kind of like
But so
Fauci, right?
Aiden's not in commentary. Sorry, Lyo's not in commentary. Lyo's part of the ACC. I'm talking about in commentary. Like again, with Aiden and Parry, when they're bringing up details of each other's families, people are like, "Oof, that's a bit too far." There's clearly lines in this space which most people wouldn't accept. And Aiden, I think, was treated a little bit with kids' gloves in comparison to how other people would be.
I mean,
Like that's the sort of thing where, like, yeah, everyone would just label him. Everyone would have just labeled him a doxer and stopped talking to him completely. Um, I don't know. It seems pretty fucked as a position to be in.
again, I don't think he would be necessarily fried, right? And it's two different communities, so I can't sit here and think that like Aiden would be, even with everything that happened, right? Because he's still existing. And like again, and me bringing up Lyo's shit isn't me holding it against him. Because at some point
No, but
you
like
move
if you
past
go and make
things,
a video
but
on Lyo or something, people will be like, it's totally valid to bring up these. Here's the other thing as well. Like it's totally valid to bring up Lyo's previous dramas. It's annoying, but it's totally valid and understandable. I said this with Anthony Gramegula. It's like it's understandable why Ant is looking at a call from years ago and getting so fucking angry at it. It's understanding why, like, oh, is it like the Tavern or whatever the fuck he's called, like the D&D dude did a video on Lyo.
no idea.
Like the amount, like it's not like a mystery, right?
So, but again, my overall point just being that again, if there is recovery to it, it's just different communities, right? Like, I mean, look at Destiny with
Sure,
everything he's done.
it's not okay.
Like he's
It's not
recovering.
nothing is unrecoverable. I don't know if Destiny's recovered. I don't know if that's fair
He's
to
still
say
making
at
good
all.
money. His viewership's good. I would say with
He's
things he's
but
done.
he's massive. There's a difference between recovery and like okay, there's a difference between recovery and exoneration, right? Like, can Aiden recover from this? Sure, anyone can recover from anything. But in the case of this initial drama, like, yes, Aiden got shit, but Chud still brought him on and was like, I don't think he's completely done. Other people were still talking to him, like there was still interaction there. Whereas, yeah, I think a lot of people, like you target someone's family member in this manner, you're fucked. You're like, you're done. And you have to almost rebuild from scratch. Like Falgi is gonna, if Falgi comes back, he will have to rebuild from scratch. Aiden wasn't in that position.
Yeah, but okay. To
So the
I
I don't know
think
whether we're
it's
talking about two separate things here. I'm just being clear that like the idea that Aiden was treated too harshly, I think is absolutely fucking
oh yeah,
absurd.
I don't think he was treated too harshly, but point
Okay.
being is like it's two different situations, right? You have a guy again spreading out in a private VC showing these things, and again it never got to the point where we got to see what he was going to do with that information, right? Like it got outed that he had the information that he was discussing it. Um, but you run that alongside again, like you sure you bring up Fauci, right? Where he has a whole team of people that are pretty deep rooted in the community, within other people's spaces as moderators that are also contributing to what Fauci was doing in terms of collecting doxes and assisting him with that. And really, the only person that went
Well,
through that whole
isn't that also what happened with Aiden in that call? Do you want me to get Liar's wife's
who
LinkedIn?
again
Like I think Lumpy Willie said that
from what I'm
Goat
being
Cadu
told
was giving
by
him information, so like it seems like again it's not to the same extent, but like Aiden was being supported by the community around him with information, right? He wasn't just
yes,
doing this on
yes.
his own.
But again,
Right, okay.
overall point being the scale, right, of what happened and what intent it was being used in. And that's the way I'm looking at it. And it's not to defend
Yeah,
it.
but
Either way,
also
it's fucking
yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
However, right, you look at, again, Fauci. He has this team of people, like multiple people, right, that are actually digging into people getting PII, right, through a lot worse means. Versus, again, to what I've been told too, and I don't know the validity of it because I have a hard time believing it, of the Lumpy Willie thing of bringing up the LinkedIn, right? Aiden makes the joke or claim of what her job is and everything that he says he just guessed it, which I have a hard time believing as is, right? But he makes that claim before Lumpy Willie even comes in and starts talking about the LinkedIn. And then, yeah, Goat sends him the picture of Lyle's wife. I think that's all she sent. But again, those people, I mean, Goat's still around somewhat. Lumpy Willie's gone. I've heard
Yeah,
he's
we
not
tend
coming
not
back.
to we tend not to completely burn like.
Yeah.
There is a difference
So,
between being a random chatter in a call and being the content creator.
yes. So,
They're just we're not treated the same. Aiden has been around a long time, should know better. That's the baseline of this. And
so,
this is also the problem of like, well, I was drunk, guys. It's like, well, it seems like you were looking at information more sober, and like this has been something that had been spiraling in your head beforehand. I don't think the claim was ever, I did all of this while I was drunk. What, you like managed to dig all this information up while you were fucking hammered? I don't believe you. And on the other side of it, it's like if and like yeah, no, it's irrelevant to some extent with this Facebook shit. It's like you can't come in retrospectively and be like, actually, all this information I thought was private was public. I've never seen anyone try to do this, by the way. It's just fucking crazy. Because like part of the problem is as well, like to even know to go and to look for that information, you need the baseline of Liar's wife's information, right? You need her name to like unless you are unless you are going through Lyo's Facebook, seemingly looking at every single comment, to try and find whether they've made this information public. Which at that point, I don't know if I don't know. That's certainly like the gathering of information. It's almost just justifying the docs.
so
I don't know. It is in fact actually just justifying the docs. It's like completely fucking absurd.
I think overall, like, with what, I'm gonna piggyback right off of what Mitch just said in chat, right, where she says he drunk search name on YouTube, like,
yeah, but
if that
like,
is like the
Dickers
initial claim
disputes
of how
this.
he found,
No, but Dickers disputes this. Dickers says that they were because Dickers said that they were talking about this. He was talking about this all through the fucking night.
at the
And was
London
like
trip.
checking on Lyo's Kiwi farms. Yeah. And he's obviously aware of Lyo's Kiwi farms, and he references that information being on Lyo's Kiwi farms. So when it comes to, oh yeah, I just drunk searched this name dude into YouTube. Like, yeah, no, just drunkenly was searching for his wife. I just don't believe you, actually. I don't at what point during this drunken night Aiden was out did he go like YouTube search this, watch the video, and then start talking? No, like Dickers was with him. Dickers disputes this.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, because I mean, to question that part would be to question Dicker's fucking what's it called, his word on that.
And who am I gonna believe? Aiden, who's apparently too drunk to really remember what was going on, or Dickers, who was sober and has maintained this position all the way through this shit.
Yeah, I think trying to think with it, right, is when it comes to the two sides of it, like, yes, Dicker's saying that, but at what time, what is the timeline at this point? Like, did Aiden find this at first through, like, the YouTube search he's claiming, and then fucking London trip happens? And as you said, he's personally invested, and I've heard from other people that's spoken with Aiden that there are personal reasons, which I don't know what the personal reasons are, those haven't been disclosed, in which it sounds like you know about them as well, is that he had these personal reasons why he got emotionally attached to the situation. So, at what point is it a lie where he's saying that he was drunk, searching shit up on YouTube, searched the prompt that you and I
I've been drunk
tested.
many times. I've never searched for anyone's family
but when he's
members on
hyper
YouTube.
fixated on someone emotionally, which again you know the reasoning of, I don't.
Yeah, I
but
I just don't believe him.
I'm just saying.
I just don't believe him.
Right? At what point in the timeline is it to say that didn't happen, but then he delved further into it? Is the point I'm making with that?
Yeah. Well, at some point he
Does
was
that
sober
make
looking
sense?
for this information, in my opinion, and that's like intent, right? He can't just blame all of this on being drunk. That's fucking absurd.
I mean, yeah, right. It's like saying that someone just because they're autistic, right, that they pedophile, right, and it's like, oh well, they didn't know what they're doing, they're autistic. Yes, of course, right. using drunkenness as an excuse, but it's more of the circumstances, because in that call even that was shown, he's drunk. Like, I'm pretty sure, isn't he drunk in the call, the ice chat call, where he's fucking showing the photo, gets the photo from Goat and everything, right? So there's a level of like irresponsibility on his side, if that makes sense. So
Well, sure, but it's like, yeah.
yeah,
It's like, at what point does like a
and
load of this
I'm not
occur?
trying to defend him, but it is to an extent of like circumstantial to it. Like, regarding the circumstances of the event, it is, you know, trying to work in, because in terms of black and white, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Why is it? So, how did someone
Just add
moved him in
morale.
here? Yeah, I did.
Can't see the-
Someone moved him in here. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Okay. Because you read chat,
Hi.
they're telling me to add him.
Not
Okay,
that boy.
I didn't drag him. I was about to ask.
Are you just saying that it's intent? Is your reasoning for why you think he doxed Lyo's wife?
Okay. Can you expand on that? Just so I know what you're actually asking.
Like, because Lyo's wife was not a private figure. He had acknowledged her existence. He had confirmed who she was. He's like made his name public, his address public. I believe he's made her job public. He's like talked about her job on streams as well.
He
So this
hasn't.
was
See,
I'm
here's
pretty
part of the
sure he
problem.
has.
So he hasn't. Like, here's the problem. My issue has consistently been the fact that Aiden targeted Lyo's wife. He targeted a family member. When he first came across this information, he believed it to be private. If he didn't, he wouldn't have. Firstly, he wouldn't have been like, "Oh, I've got this information, so I can use it against Lyo."
I get your issue with it. I think I
Okay.
understand that your issue is that he targeted a family member, but
Yeah.
the title of doxer is like pretty contentious, and it basically, for the drama that he's involved in right now, is basically saying, "Hey, this guy's fair game to fuck with," right?
Well, I mean,
So
I
that's
think
why
I've walked back the doctor thing. I've said that it would
That's
be
been
spreading
like
doctor
the past
information.
hour of conversation.
The idea.
I understand that you've walked it back, but it's still spreading dox information. Why do you think he spread dox information?
Because Lyo's wife is not a public figure. She's not a YouTuber. She's barely online. She's a fucking normie.
So when does she cross the line from like public figure to private figure? Where's that line for you?
She is a private figure. She's a family member and a private figure unless she
Where's the
herself
line though?
has some sort of branded account attached to Lyo and is like, yeah, I'm a figure in this community. Just having a Facebook and being online does not make you a public figure.
So why did Lyo confirm who she was when who was it, like Kumo or Akumu or whoever made that
He
video
confirmed
about
it was her face. That's about it. Right?
Okay, so the face isn't dox information then if he's confirming it and saying that's her, right?
I mean, we'd originally say that. Hold on. We'd originally say that information was doxed information, and then we'd be like, "You confirmed it." So then it sort of becomes public. It's not. It's we've always got weird lines about this. It's not her giving out her information. It's information was doxed, and then it was confirmed by somebody, which he shouldn't have done. But we're getting really fucking pedantic over this. Like,
So I agree that Lyo shouldn't have done that, and he should be more put together in terms of he probably should not be putting his address out there, and he probably
Sure.
shouldn't be confirming the docs of his family members. And it was shitty for Aiden to go after him. I guess I'm just trying to understand why you think it's docs information, because the reasonings that Aiden's gives on streams, at least to me, seems somewhat compelling. That this person had public information. Lyo confirmed this public information. Then after the fact, it seems like there's been no measure taken to make this public information
I don't
private.
listen. If she was a content creator, if she was a public figure, if she was like an internet person, I might agree with you. She's not. She's a fucking normie.
So it doesn't matter that Lyo's confirming this. It doesn't matter that Lyo talks about his wife publicly. It doesn't. None of that matters to you.
Yes, like my position is that people who are normies and just like attached to creators, the standards we treat them under are different. Yes, like there is a higher standard here. And this is why it pisses me off so much, where people keep going, "Oh, actually,
so
she's
the
a public
standard
figure.
that you're
She's a public
suggesting, I
figure."
think, is that Lyo can talk about his wife. Lyo can confirm docs information. Lyo can give private details about his wife out there, but then nobody's allowed to do anything with it.
Lyo barely ever talks about his wife.
It doesn't matter that he barely does it. He does it.
It's exceptionally fucking rare. She's not dragged into things. Her voice isn't on like these random fucking calls.
You
Um,
you
her
understand what I
her
mean though,
job,
right?
her occupation was never confirmed. No, I don't actually. I think it's one of these where we go, listen, if somebody confirms they have something about a family member, we'd still not consider that fair game as a jumping off point. We obviously wouldn't. We treat this thing like you leave people's families alone, and the standards around them are much more
I
rigid
don't
in
think
how
that's
we
hold
treat them.
on. You said there's I don't want to bring up the family member, not Stardust, but there was a family member that you had like a thing with, something happened, and then people use that against you, and you're like, yeah, I made that public. It's kind of my fault. It's fair game now. Am I misremembering?
There's the only person I do that with is my mum, who's dead. I'm like, if you make dead mum jokes at me, it's fair enough.
So
But like,
so if Lio's wife was dead, then it would be fine.
no, if Lio's wife was made into content, I make my dead mother into content. I do this constantly. It's an endless joke. It's like well known and established law. It's like a fundamental thing that I talk about fairly regularly. Yeah, I'm obviously not going to get mad if someone's like making dead mother jokes at me. But there's a difference between me taking that and turning it into like massive amounts of content or directly making it into a key point of content. And if I offhandedly mentioned my stepbrother, right? Like there's obviously differences there.
Divorced parents, not a good luck, but continue.
Well, that's probably what caused the death. But yeah, generally speaking, and
So
again, I think it's irrelevant anyway because I certainly think, and if you're like, well, Vlad and Kumu, like we're doxing, with lies, well, I'm like, yeah, sure. You're going after personal information of a family member, yeah.
How many
Like,
times, if I were doxxed, how many people need to put my dox information in a video before it becomes kosher or okay for people to talk about it? If I never want it talked about and I'm like super cagey about it and I never address it, how many times do I need to be doxxed and talked about publicly for you to be like, okay, it's fine to talk about Morale's dox or like whoever's dox? Not necessarily me, but you get what I mean.
I think my standard's generally been that when we're dealing with a major story, so like Keffel's name being on her Kiwi farms, where as a key part of that drama, that Kiwi farms thread is a key part of that drama. It's like it's degrees of separation for me. So like with the Turkey Tom stuff and Rowan, if you know anything about the Turkey Tom stuff, you're going to be aware of Turkey Tom's video. You're going to be aware of the Brandon Buckingham tweet. Brandon Buckingham's doxed Rowan. That's dox info, but it's a like like 1.8 million viewed tweet. So at that point, you're kind of like, nah, fuck it, it's public at that point. But when we're talking about like, you know, it's ease of access to get to the point of knowing these details about Lio's wife. I think you have to dig pretty hard and be pretty invested to care about this tangential side person who's someone's family member, right? Like lots of people have information posted about them on Kiwi Farms in random threads, and I wouldn't accept, oh, well, this person's face and name is on Kiwi Farms on page 1042 of this thread, so it's totally fair game. I don't think any of us would say that. And I think also one
Have
of the
you
lines
ever
with Kiwi Farms threads is, are they improving grounds as well? That's one of the things we consider. Is this a public KF thread or is it improving grounds? Right?
have you given what you think doxing is? I'm not trying to definition fag or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, sure. Doxing to me is the malicious gathering of personal information to use with the intent to harass. Right?
You think the
I
intent matters
I think
for
the
if
intent
something's
absolutely
doxing?
matters. Yeah, yeah, I think it absolutely matters. I think if you run across PII in the course of researching somebody for completely legitimate content reasons, like I want to know about somebody's Twitter accounts, and you run across like their PII, but you never publish that, you never do anything with it. You go, oh, this is irrelevant. It's not a line I would cross. I don't think it's doxing. But if you run across that information, you're like, finally, I've got their first name and their address. And now I can utilize that in a way to target them, or goad them with it, right? Like or vague post about it. I think I'd call that doxing, yeah.
You'd call vague posting about a doxing.
I'd say that
That's good for me.
I'd say
That's good
I'd
for me,
say it's
actually. That's a good thing for me, to be clear.
I'd say it's it's on that line. Again, there are degrees to this. I don't know if I'd call that person directly a doxer, but I'd be like, yeah, that's utilizing dox information for harassment reasons.
That's actually awesome. That's awesome for me. Okay. Um Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make a big thing out of it. I think the main issue that I have is that people, DGG specifically, are going to use the label as doxer or
They're going to use that
harasser or
anyway.
abuser or whatever.
There's nothing I can say or Aiden can say or anyone else can say that's
I
going to
think
change
you're missing the point. They're going to use these labels that you throw at them to like label someone as fair game, right? So when you walk back the position, oh, he's a doxer to oh, he's spreading dox information, that doesn't really change anything because like, is Destiny really a doxer or is he just spreading existing dox information? Like we don't make that distinction. We don't make the distinction between doxing and spreading dox info. It's basically the same thing. The intent is still the same. The intent is still to fuck with someone, right? So that's not
So wait,
really
is
the
the argument
difference.
here I need to like change my position because Aiden's being treated as fair game within DGG?
I don't think you need to change your position because Aiden's being treated unfairly. I think you're making a pedantic switch in what you think Aiden did that isn't really meaningful, and then also refusing to talk to him about your label on him that is pretty damning in terms of his reputation in this space and out of this space. And you're
Well,
treating it like
okay.
it's not a big deal. You're treating it kind of like it's a joke when we take doxing seriously. Pretty much every community tangential to us takes it seriously. And you're basically calling him a doxer. There's no meaningful definition between spreading dox information and actually doing doxing. You're basically saying the same thing. You haven't really walked back your position and you're treating it as if it's some joke. So I think what you should do is you should either talk to him or you should just stop talking about it because I do
Well,
think this is
I
serious and
did
I do
stop
think you should
talking.
care.
Hold on, but I did stop talking about it. Like I did stop talking about it. I was happy to shut the fuck up about this. Because all I want is Aiden to accept malice. Not recklessness, malice. And that he has endlessly tried to justify this. Those are my positions. They've been my positions for months now. Except, like, because it's not enough to go, oh, I was drunk and reckless. It's not enough to me. It's fucking bullshit. Except that what you did was malicious and that you, like, and that it was, like, not just, like, can't be downplayed. Stop, like, finding random reasons why this information was public or trying to debate whether his wife is a public figure. That does not, like, that just makes me want to re-engage. And I'll be honest, like, I'm happy, like, or was happy anyway, for Aiden to be like, oh yeah, you know, like, it's Beckett's walked back the position a bit. But when I see that stream and it's like, well, it was just like, it was reckless, guys, you know, but I was drunk and it pisses me off. And when I see the Facebook stuff in particular really pisses me off because it is a downplay. So yes, it does make me want to re-engage and just poke at him because it's this refusal to accept or like at least, I don't know, take accountability for the things that I think should in some way be taken accountability for. If he doesn't care, stop talking about it. I did. Like I wasn't paying any attention to Aiden. Like if he doesn't give a shit, if he's just like, yeah, I'd do it again. Cool, hold that position then. But don't do this middle ground wishy-washy shit. It's gay as fuck. And if you don't think it's doxing, it shouldn't matter what my fucking opinion is. Be like, fuck Beckett. But my position is that that information is private. I don't accept, actually, that a random fucking Facebook comment is enough. I don't think it is. I think it is playing lawyer with this. As far as I'm concerned, Lao's wife is a private figure who keeps getting dragged into shit. Now, we can debate whose fault that is. That's absolutely fine. But the idea that she's a public figure and that information is fair game, I think is fucking gross. That's my position.
I agree that you should not target family members. But like ultimately it is Lio's fault that this is public information, I think. Um or as widely known as it is, I suppose. And I think if he really cared about this being private information, measures would have been taken to hide the information or to private the information or to make sure other people don't find the information or use the information. But that's not happening, right? Which leads me to the conclusion that this isn't really docs information in so far as that it's PII. this is something that Lio doesn't care about that's happening. This is something that his wife probably doesn't care about that's happening because she's aware of his online presence. She's aware of what he talks about. So I just don't think that this is docs information.
Okay, well
And I
you can
understand
have
that
that.
arguing
You
that this
can,
isn't or is docs
yeah,
information or whatever is kind of
you can
useless because
have.
you disagree. And there's no,
Well, yeah,
I'm not
it's
going to be able to
also
convince you.
yeah, it's also
Um,
it's also the intent does matter. Aiden believed this was private information. He obviously believed this was private information at the time. You can hear it in the original conversations. He's like, yeah, well, Lio's address is public, but he's not like, have you seen Lio's Facebook? He's not done any of that. That is completely fucking new, and it's because he's trying
that's
to
why I
like
was saying
constantly
is
retrospectively
your
justify
definition
it.
intent. Yeah.
Yeah, intent does matter.
So is it just the intent?
It's not just the intent. There are other factors, obviously, but yes, intent is a key one here. Like,
Okay, sure.
do you
Like, I don't want to.
do you dispute that Aiden wanted to like was gathering information on Lio's wife, that he and in some ways, even jokingly, was talking about using to get Lio in a call with him?
Um, Jokingly, I feel like is very different from like seriously.
Okay, so what?
I think
Maybe we could
if
reach a compromise. Like, I'll stop calling Aiden a doxer if he accepts the label of blackmailer and extorter.
I listen, I have no horse in the race other than I think that you are labeling him as something that is incredibly egregious in a time where people are using labels like that to justify harmful actions. So I think it is reckless for you to use labels like that and then not give Aiden a chance to, defend himself privately or publicly. And I understand that apparently you've had a private
But we had a
discussion.
private
So that's
conversation,
better
and
than
I was
nothing.
like, yes, at worst, it's like spreading dox information. Vlad said it's at worst spreading dox information. I have moved my position. Aiden even retweeted
No,
Vlad saying
we're
this.
kind of looping here. You understand that you didn't move your position. Spreading docs and doxing is just the same thing.
Okay, if we're just saying it's the same thing, then also Vlad still thinks that he's a doxer, then, right?
I sure. Like the
Okay,
distinction between spreading dox shit and actually doxing, it's like a hairline. These things are basically the same. Do you disagree?
I mean, not massively, I suppose. The problem is, yes, I
Doxing
think
is
that
spreading the
there's-
PII for the purpose of harassment. Spreading a
Sure.
dox is spreading PII for the purposes of harassment. Both of those things, like they're basically the same. These things aren't massively different. So when you say that you've walked back your position, that is
Would people be?
slimy wording, and you
Oh
are being dishonest.
well,
You
that's what we agreed
haven't
on the call.
walked back your position.
That's what I said on the call with him, and he would seem fine with it. I don't know, soliciting docs
I'm not
information,
Aiden
is
though.
that better?
I'm talking to you. You're not talking to Aiden. You understand that
Okay,
you did not
so
walk back your position.
I think it's better than just calling him a doxer, personally. But sure, I can see where you're
Okay,
coming
you
from.
do this thing whenever you argue with people. You're like a people pleaser, right?
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to listen. I had a follow-up sentence to this. I'm like, yes, I can understand where you're coming from. I'm trying to be understanding here, but yes, my opinion is that Aiden went and got docs information for the purpose of harassing Lio's wife, and has constantly tried to justify it afterwards. I don't know what else I can call it other than spreading docs information morale. I completely reject the idea
The issue
that
that
this
I
person
have is that
is a
you're
public
saying that you
figure.
walked back your position, which is just false. You didn't.
Okay, well, if we're just saying it that way, if you're like, if it's a hairline difference, sure, then it's not a walk back. I don't know what to tell you. Because, like, I'm happy to be like, it's spreading dox information rather than doxing, which is a distinction that apparently matters to Aiden. And he seems to agree with Vlad when Vlad makes that distinction. But yes, I don't accept that
I
this
don't know
information
everything that
is
Aiden
public.
said. I haven't read the
Okay.
tweets. I
No,
haven't
that's
watched
fair.
every single
So,
stream. I don't
okay,
know.
so yes, from my
I'm just talking about what
position,
I think. It just feels
yeah,
kind of
sure.
retarded when you're
From
saying, "Well,
my
I walked back
position,
my position," and the
well,
position that you're
that's
laying
fine.
out is
That's fine.
essentially just the same
That
exact
is
thing.
that is fine. Well, if that's the case, then sure, from that perspective, I guess I haven't walked back the position then. I've redefined it, and I think it's a more accurate definition, but I do not accept that this information was public information. I think that is a bullshit argument to make, and I don't think you can retroactively argue, well, there's a Facebook comment where she identifies herself as his wife, and therefore she's actually public about it now. I don't think that's the case at all. Neither of them have argued this. Neither of them have like Lio's not been on stream being like, here's my wife, whatever the fuck her name is. Her job is this. That doesn't exist. So yes, I reject the idea that this is public information. I think it is a fucking insane cope to say that it is. And the only reason we're doing this is, as you're saying, like, DGG is targeting Aiden over this stuff, and he has my sympathies. But unfortunately, yes, we all have things where people are going to look at our previous dramas and instances to make judgments and attacks on us. That's the game.
Yeah, again, like I said, we can keep going back and forth, but my position is, like I said, I think it's just what you're doing is like kind of just slimy.
Why?
If you don't want to debate about it, then don't debate about it. If you do want to debate about it, talk to Aiden about it. I think you doing this thing where it's like, well, actually, I just think it's cool that I'm annoying the fuck out of Aiden and I'm not talking to him at all about this. I
Well,
just think that's like totally lame
like
as
every
fuck.
time I talk to Aiden, or every time I give a position, it doesn't seem to make any fucking difference. Aiden's become an exception for this. If I talk to you and we have a conversation, or I talk to Queeman and we have a conversation, it tends to at least solidify or resolve a position. That's never been the case for Aiden, and it's one of the reasons why it's so fucking annoying talking to him. Because, like, I can't just
You
have a
can't say
conversation
that
with.
and then talk to him and then like be upset that you talk to him though.
But this is
If
the
you
thing.
have this
We
take
did
that it's
talk to him.
annoying what
No,
Aiden's doing and you don't like what Aiden's
hold on.
doing,
No,
then why did
no.
you fucking talk to him
Because
behind the scenes and have a private call about this shit?
well, maybe I shouldn't have, because this is what we agreed and discussed on the private call, and apparently that's a problem now. Like, I, on that private call, accepted, yes, other people had given that information out first. And one of the things Aiden said to me was, people are claiming that I'm the originator of this information. And that's not fair. That's not true. I didn't originate this stuff. Other people dug it up before me. And I said, yeah, do you know what? That's fair. You're not the originator of this information. You were getting it through additional sources. Those those other sources are doxing.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if Aiden's position really is he cares about the distinction between spreading docs and actual doxing. I guess that's fair enough that you change your position on that. I can't speak to
Well, again,
exactly
he seems to
what
be
Aiden
happy with
wants or
Vlad's
what Aiden's
distinction.
goal is.
He seems to be happy with Vlad's distinction. He seemed fine with the distinction when I was talking with him on the call. I do think that distinction
Yeah, I
matters.
don't know. I don't know.
You know,
I have
and
my own
again,
issues, like I said, so I can't speak to what
my
Aiden said in
main
the
thing
private call.
here is, again, the constant litigating and trying to weasel his way out of any kind of accountability. That's been my issue all the way through this. Nothing has changed.
I mean, would you say the same for like Lio Convoy?
I mean, what, for trying to weasel and trying to litigate position?
Like you will describe him and everything other than just the descriptor of abuser, right? You just have an issue with calling him an abuser, and he has not taken accountability for abusing, right?
I
But you
think
don't seem to care about when it's something like that.
no, I think words. I think abuse or like predator makes like significant difference. Like if someone calls Lio a doxer, I'm not fighting them. If someone calls like Lio, like the problem with abuser is we're doing this all in
Do
the
you think
context of the
ACC audience thinks abuser or doxer is worse?
I think they probably think abuser is worse, but also with
So
abuser.
you have an audience who would
Hold
think
on,
that being
hold on.
called an abuser is worse than a doxer, right? Which
Yeah,
is
but this
why I
like
kind of think that you're iffy on calling him an abuser.
well, actually, to be clear, with the abuse stuff, I've always been clear that's to do with his found family or like Peaches. But like, if people want to be like, well, Lio was abusive to Rosa, I'm like, yeah, that's true. Sure. Right? The context of where that, like, what we're talking about matters in those cases. Because he wasn't abusive to Peaches. He just factually wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Peaches shit. I know about the Jordan stuff,
Yeah, he
which I
wasn't. He
think
wasn't
is
abusive to Jordan either.
I mean that's a argument for another day. I don't want to
Yeah, sure.
derail it that hard.
Like like the found family stuff is all like a mess. He did like other things, like you can like point out a load of other shit, but abuse is probably not the word I would use. But there are other areas you can look at like and go like he's abusive there, and I don't think I've ever fought those other possessions. So I'm not fighting over.
Sure, I just remember the
stuff, right?
Queeman call where you basically defined what
Yeah,
he
'cause
did
he's
as
bringing
abuse, but then had an issue with the actual label of abuse.
it's because we're talking about the found family stuff in that Queeman call. Like if he's just like
Again, the
Queen
issue
was
that I
like,
had though is that you defined it in every term, every word of the definition of abuse. You said yes, but then you just had an issue with the actual label of
I'd have
abuse.
to re-listen to that conversation, but I don't think that's the case.
That's
Regardless,
how I remember it. Maybe I'm
okay,
wrong.
I don't think that's the correct case at all. I think no, it's because like Queeman says the only way to describe that found family stuff is abusive, and I just disagree with that. I think there's a lot of other words you can use, like negligent, for example.
Do you think
which is-
negligent is abuse?
I think abuse is like, I think if you're like intentionally negligent, but just being retarded, no, I don't think it's abusive. If you're like a bad parent, because you're like negligent towards your kids, but you're not like, it's not intentional, you're just like a bad parent. I don't think you're abusive. I just think you're negligent. Right? Would you disagree with that?
Probably not. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I don't know.
think
This is
negligence
derailing.
is its
I'll
own
just, like I
thing.
said,
Like,
you know my position. I think you should talk
Yeah.
to Aiden, or you should just stop talking about it. If you don't like that Aiden is repeating what you said publicly, even if you think, I guess maybe he's framing it dishonestly, which I don't know. Again, I've only listened to the
I
latter
just
part
want
of
I just
this
want a proviso
call.
there. Like I think that's, again, I think the malice here is way more fucking important. I
Has
think
Aiden disagreed that he was not malicious?
he refers to it as reckless.
Um,
He's like, I'm drunk and I was reckless.
yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I'd have to read the tweets and watch the
I
clips,
feel
I
like
guess, to understand fully.
because I feel like it's hard to label as fully malicious because again, as I stated earlier, we never got to see what he was going to do with the information past just discussing it in a private call or chat. Rather.
Well, we do have some indicators because he talked about the fact that Lyo contacted other people's families, so it would be fair game to do it to Lyo.
Okay,
He
but
talked about that publicly.
But did he ever act upon that?
Well, he started gathering the information.
Yeah, my because
listen. North Korea are building nukes, but they haven't nuked anyone yet. Is it really bad that they're like what's their intention there? They're building all these nuclear bombs, and listen, until they nuke somebody, can we really say that that's their intent? Come the fuck on, bro.
I mean, like, it is. That's like I feel like that's reasonable.
Okay, my point is, I think you should talk to Aiden, or you should shut the fuck up. I'm gonna leave. That's basically my position.
Yeah, that's fine.
I hope
fine.
you
look.
have
Again, I'm not trying to make more out of this. I'm just happy to tweet about it occasionally if he tweets at me, and I'm happy to talk to him as long as we do something to make it like fun and interesting, so it's not just a ball ache to do. I've not said
See,
I'll
that's
never
gay.
talk to Aiden.
What you're doing there is gay. That's gay.
That
We
might
have to
be
do
gay.
something fun.
Well, that might be gay, but that's how I look at that.
Play like chess or some shit. Play checkers. I don't know. Do something fucking.
We'll find something. Sure. I'm not saying I won't talk to him, but I just don't want another one of the long lists of fucking annoying conversations.
Are you sure you're not
Aiden.
bisexual, Beckett?
I am bisexual. What do you mean?
Whoa, that's a nuke. You're
Happy Pride
bisexual.
Month.
Everyone, this isn't new information.
How are you bisexual and Christian?
Oh my fucking god! Shut the fuck up.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, again, I didn't drag him in. He just kind of spawned in. I mean, I did invite him to the server, but as
It's fine. I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind talking to him around.
Well, I just don't like the whole like what's it called?
What, ambushing?
Yeah,
No, it's
I don't
not
like
ambush.
that.
I'll talk to him around.
I don't like that. So, but yeah, because I was gonna ask, but I mean, either way, I think overall, again, I think it's nothing crazy. However, I think the malice part is just hard to hit him with the gotcha. Yes, of course, if he's gathering it and like, what else is he gonna fucking do with it, right? But he never did anything with it, so it like from my
We never
stance,
got the fucking chance to, right? Okay, so
Yes.
where's the like drawing line here? I would argue that the point where he's discussing this stuff in the call with the people, laughing about it, joking about it, posting her face in his icy chat, which like you can argue that it's like not, it's like you have to enter icy chat, but we've never said this about Spicy. Spicy was ostensibly a public Discord channel.
you had
and was
you
always
opt
treated
into
as
it.
such.
Yep, you opt into it.
Yeah, it was always treated as such. It doesn't matter whether you're doing this to like 5 people or like 500. It matters that is a public channel, right? He's not doing this in a group chat either. He's doing a fucking public Discord.
Yeah, but again, with the semantics of icy at the time, where you had to be like specifically added to it by a moderator or Aiden, or I believe it was Aiden himself, or maybe high end moderators at the time, like QQ, Rita, all them. Um, I think there is an extent of what it was, right? Because like if I'm in a call with like four of my friends, right, and sure, let's say 10 of my friends,
Mhm.
then I feel like it is nothing crazy if, let's say, I stumble, not even stumble, right? At some point I was given a picture of, again, Lio's wife. Let's just use that as a direct example. And I start showing my friends the picture of this woman and start dogging on how she looks. I haven't seen how she looks, so I'm not gonna like comment. But with that being said, it's like if I start doing that, making these jokes and everything, is me sharing that with that group of friends at that point, is that showing malice, like inherently, right? Just because I found these things or someone sent it to me, so I have the information and I'm sharing it with these friends, does that inherently show malice?
Sorry, like my brain froze for a second. I'm still kind of dead here. What, as a group of friends, so like, the problem is we're talking about this from a normie perspective. If you're a content creator, because you've got lots of like compounding things. So being like, well, Lyo's contacted people's families, so it's fair game. That's a compounding factor. You're sat in a call with a load of like people like Goat, who at the time were like heavily going after Lyo. She's feeding you information. You're like on a constant crusade. If you were sat in a call with a load of friends, let's say you were sat in a call with a load of work colleagues, and you started pulling up your boss's address while drunk and being like, Lamau guys, I've got his fucking address. And then you've also got conversations about sending people glitter bombs. Yeah, that would be indicative of intent, and like you're slowly building up that profile to take
So
the action.
prior to what happened, though, I mean, to what I remember in Aiden streams, anyways, at the time, because I was watching them. I like the Lio centric streams because that was like off the tail
Mhm.
end of my involvement looking into Lio. Um, the extent of what he was saying prior to that, publicly, because obviously I didn't join every ICVC. Everything that I heard was the realm of, I'm gonna fuck Lio's wife so that he has to call in, right? And that was the extent of it. He was just joking about fucking his wife. Um, so at no point did he ever lean towards, hey, I'm gonna dox Lio's wife on a grand scale if he doesn't
Well,
call
yeah,
in.
but that's so. Wait, hold on, just so we're clear. So in the other calls you joined, he was talking about Lyo's wife, or at least making reference
No,
to
I
it,
have
right?
never been in a call with him where he mentioned Lio's wife and IC. I'm just
Okay.
saying that in the calls I've been in, it's never like been brought up. And then because I can't say what he says in private, right? So in private, again, from the calls
Okay,
I've
where's
ever
this?
been in.
He's gonna. Okay, so yeah,
So on
he's sat there
streams,
talking about Lyo's wife, gathering Lyo's wife's information. I'm not sure how this is complicated or
no, I'm
weird.
saying the extent of how he was including Lio's wife in the narrative at the time, was, again, I'm going to fuck
Well, I think
Lio's
at one
wife,
point he
or
said that
I'm going
Lyo's
to
wife
cuck
was
Lio
also
convoy.
complicit. He also said, I think at one point, that Lyo's wife was complicit, right? So
I would assume it, like, what, complicit in what way?
in Lyo doing all this shit online, it's like, well, she lives with him. She knows about it. The found family stuff happened. She's complicit. Like, I don't know. It feels like he's setting up the dominoes to be knocked over in a way that it becomes like valid, and then he's got all the information. He's searching for information about the wife. So
Yes,
yeah,
but
I
at
think
what point was, like, apart from joking about her, was he, like, indicating that this is someone that he's going to go after publicly?
I think at the point where he's gathering information on her, like, would be a pretty strong indication, wouldn't it?
Again,
Like if I joked about, oh yeah, I'm gonna go after Einut's girlfriend, um,
wife,
and
but
then I'm
same
like,
thing.
it's just a joke. But then wife, sure, and you were like, oh well, Beckett's just joking, and then you found me with a folder full of information on your wife. You'd be like, well, doesn't sound like a joke anymore, does it? And if I said, oh, don't worry, I was just joking, it's like, well, I don't believe you. You've got a folder on my wife. I think that would be a completely logical conclusion to come to.
Uh,
There's obviously a difference between saying a joke about somebody's wife and having folder, obviously.
yeah, but again, like, even the semantics that started it was, like, in terms of him gathering information. And future, I just saw you left the general chat. Just hang on a minute, buddy. Um, so with the semantics of even how he even got her picture in the first place, right? And Goat was pretty clear about it, like day one, whenever it was exposed, like that she sent it was again, and I think it's in that call you hear it where he's like, "I'm gonna fuck Lyo's wife, or I'm gonna cuck him if he doesn't call in," and like, yeah, sure, that like whatever. And Goat's reasoning at that point of sending it was like, Aiden, I wouldn't do that if I was you. Have you seen her? And he's like, no, I haven't seen her. So that's when he gets sent that. Now maybe that like
other people
continues
come in
the
that call
spiral.
and say, but then other people come into that call and say, "Oh, do you want her LinkedIn?" He's like, "Oh, I don't need it. I already have it."
Yeah,
Right?
and again, like with
So
everything.
at what point is he lying? By the way,
I don't know.
At what point is he lying?
Like I'm not in the
Because
call.
he's like,
and I
I've never
forgot.
seen. If he's like, I've never seen a picture of Lyo's wife. Send me a picture. But also, he's got the video that's got all this information apparently in it, and this information's apparently public anyway. Like, at what point is Aiden lying?
In terms of what his stance was originally.
Well, how much information he has, because both those things can't be true. He can't have seen the video and not seen what she looks like, right? I assume, again, I haven't watched the video, so I'm assuming that face picture is
Lyo
fairly
said
public,
for you
so
to
I'm
check
assuming it's in the
DMs.
video.
Lyo said check DMs.
And
again, I'm not trying to excuse it, but it is in that realm of like, again, in the side of making the bold assertion that it wasn't malice. Like, yes, I am 100% behind you, and like that would be the first assumption. That would be the first thing I would lean towards. But
this has been my point through all of this, and I'm just not happy with the weaseling out of it.
Did he ever?
If Aiden doesn't think it was, go on.
Did he ever directly admit malice to you in private?
Did I use the word malice in the call? Let me think.
Because like that would clear up my argument. If he directly claims to you, right? And
I believe in the
attests to
call.
it.
I'm quite clear that it is more than recklessness. Like that is a downplay. I believe in the call.
So at some point,
again, I have a copy of it, and he agrees with this, and he agrees with my core issues are like it's not necessarily whether it's doxing or not. It's not whether like he docs. That's not like the thing I'm stuck on. It's the constant litigation, right?
Yeah, again,
and
it is just the malice at the time because there's details he didn't know clearly, but then that he tries to use the retroactively. I can agree he is trying to do that. Yes. Okay. But again, so the point I am pressing and arguing upon is just the point of malice, because it is hard to prove that what he was acting in a malicious intent to cause harm towards Lyo's wife publicly or using it to blackmail. I think that is a valid conclusion to come to, right? And
so I would argue I would argue the searching for somebody's like family members' information. There's no other reason to look for that. There's no other reason to look for that. There's no other. It's like it's like let's say you had someone's address, and then you're asked, why do you have this person's address? It's like, well, it was a bit reckless to get their address. No, it's not reckless to get their address. What reason would you have to have someone's address? And unless you've got like a very good reason, why? Because I can't think of a single reason why somebody would drag up an address.
So is it malicious for me to have the details on like Scarlet Reaper that I have?
I don't know what details you have on Scarlet Reaper.
I mean, I would say about everything, but that's just because he mostly publicized his full legal name and how he looks, and all that, and like what part of the country he's in. So again, and people that directly, work with you. Was also, again, stuff I got on Scarlet was independent apart from some of his old stuff, some of his old TikToks. But most of the big stuff that Fauci ran with and had, I know was gathered by people that you and him both work with. So again, was that stuff gathered in malice, or was that stuff gathered just for the sake of, oh, hey, this guy is an actual danger? And again, I'm not comparing it to Lyo's wife, but I'm saying...
This is like the Himpleton stuff, right? It's like Fauci's argument was, it's for a wellness check.
Well, I'm not going to do a wellness check on Scarlet Reaper. It's just stuff that you gather whenever you look into a guy.
So from Fauci's perspective, it becomes questionable about why he's even asking for this stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Because you may run across PII doing research on somebody, especially if you're trying to go like super deep and try and link all their accounts together. but it should never be for the reason of I'm going to publish this person's name or their name really matters. It's like, what other accounts do they have?
Yeah.
Or like, for instance, I did. I was looking into Onodeus Hatter, one of the ED Farms locales. I was going through Internet Archive, and at some point, he used his home address as his business address. So, like, I found his old website, and his address is on there. But it's like I've not gone looking for his address. Whereas when we're looking at Aiden's situation, like the malice, don't focus on the address part here. It's like, why have you gone looking for Lyo's wife's information? Like, what is your reason for that, if not malice?
I mean, I would say the curiosity. I don't know. Like, I'm not Aiden, right? But again, and like as I said before, with the circumstances around it, I think it is perfectly normal to reach the conclusion that hey, maybe he was going to be malicious. I am not behind the fact of asserting that it is 100% malicious. Again, because like for the people, like I'm not gonna name names, right? But there's people that work with you. There's people that work with Fauci, right? That were part of gathering the information on these people that would give these doxes to Fauci, right? Now, were those people acting maliciously?
Well, I think Fauci was acting maliciously.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the people that were doing it.
The problem with that is where they were like being guided. I think with like KJ and things.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if we want to
Like because he's being asked to do it. His intention isn't I'm going to go after these people out of malice. It's because the person asking me to do it and getting me to do that research has malice. I don't know. You could
so if I
argue it
have
both
malicious
ways.
intent to kill someone, but I hire a hitman, the hitman isn't really the one with malicious intent. It is me.
No, well, potentially the hitman's
I mean,
intent is
both.
being
I would say
paid,
both. I would say
right?
both is like being malicious.
Okay, you can say both.
But
You can say both. But like when we're applying malice, it's like you go looking for this information for the intent to harass or the intent to menace in some way. And when you're doing that, like that's very specific. Aiden, I
So-
guess, needs to answer why he's looking for that information.
Look,
And it's more than recklessness.
Yes, I think
If he goes looking for Lyo's information, right? If he goes looking for Lyo's information, that's not necessarily malice. Lyo's a content creator, and he's doing like work digging into Lyo, so we wouldn't call that necessarily malicious.
Yeah, so like for me, right, looking at it, then yes, like with the circumstances around it, with how hard he's going at Lyo, like context and everything, I think it understandable to come to the conclusion that he was working that up towards in some malicious way. However, like in my mind, right, if someone sends me a picture, like it goes down a rabbit hole, right? Oh, I get a picture of this woman that's like ugly. Okay, like damn, that's like what does she do then at this point? Like like if Lyo's making YouTube videos and doing his work, what does she do? So then I think it is like some sort of curiosity, right? That comes like after that. But again, I'm not sure. I'm not Aiden, so it's hard for me to just instantly assign the malice thing. Like I can say yes, that is it's a high probability of that it was malice, but I don't want to make the assertion. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because there are other possibilities.
Sure. I just think you own the position that you targeted this person, right? I mean, I don't think that's crazy.
I mean, yeah, like, but again, like, I think to your point, it was, again, malice, right? If you're targeting someone in private to where it's not reaching them or affecting them, then yeah, it's like, it's a shitty thing to do, but how is that affecting Lyo's wife? That's not getting her name, her place of work spread on a wide basis, again, of being in a call. So
But he didn't just do that. He also posted her face in icy chat. He was talking about it openly in this call.
Supposedly was
or
instantly
drunk.
deleted.
He's like,
Again, I wasn't there, but
okay, sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's obviously a difference with someone's family member, and we treat that differently. I've again held this position consistently.
oh yeah, and I'm not saying like I think when it gets to the point of bringing up people's like spouses, family, kids, whatever, I do think that's fucked up, especially when they're not that public facing figure. I agree, but I think there's to some extent of the situation being inflated more to what it actually was. Like, because again, when you look at IC chat, like, you can say, oh, it's a bunch of Lio haters, but at the time, it really wasn't. These are people that were like, Aiden, stop fucking talking about this guy, we don't care. Like, honestly, if any one of Aiden's viewers was someone that was, what's it called? Like, pushing for more Lio content at the time, it was probably me. I was probably one of them. Because again, that was at the tail end of me talking about fucking Lio, right? So, I enjoyed the content. But most of Aiden's viewers did not. Like, if you go back and read his live chats whenever he was streaming about him, most people were like,
Yeah, sure.
fucking
sure.
bored.
There were plenty of people who were sick of it.
So
Sure.
the only like anti-Lio person at the time that got into Aiden's Discord and that got into IC was Go. It's like, because everyone else was, again, those longer like Aiden viewers. So
Sure.
I'm just saying it is hard for me to sit there and think about it in that situation. Yeah, Mira, I think Mira was a mod at the time, or still is. I don't know. But right there, she's saying that most of IC hated. So it's like, at the end of the day, I don't think him in that call was the intent of malice. Yes, the shit talk. I guess sure that's malice, right? But it depends then to the extent of what is the malice? Because like yeah, if you're shit talking someone, that's technically malicious. You're trying to sit here and like degrade this person in a private setting. But versus if Aiden was taking that information, posting on Twitter, or going into Lio's DMs, like, hey.
I mean, like, to be clear, like, Aiden has said Lio's name lots of times. Lio's made that public. I've never called it malice there. And plenty of other situations where he's interacted with. I don't know. I can't think of another case with Aiden where I'd be like, yeah, this is malicious.
Yeah, because
it just seems. I guess this is even part of the problem of debating it. Like, from my perspective, I'd shut up about this shit. I'd stop talking about it. I was happy just to say, yeah, it's spreading a doc's information. It's not even the biggest deal. Aiden needs to stop fucking litigating it every 5 minutes. That was my position.
Yeah.
That's been my position all the way through this. Like, this content is unhealthy for Aiden. It makes him act in an unhinged manner, and he loops endlessly. Like, we can get into like the nitty gritty, but it always comes down to, well, is Aiden guilty of this? I'm like, look, he targeted a family member. That for me is the bottom line. And it would be with anyone else. I've said the same with multiple other dramas. I've said this when people have taken shots at Vlad's kids. I've said it. We say the same thing with the quartering stuff, where the quartering's making comments about Jarbo's kids, or the quartering's defense of "don't talk about my wife," even though she definitely is a public figure. She's got like a fucking YouTube channel with him.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to draw these very, very clear lines about talking about family. Aiden has the problem that he has made these jokes and comments, and then in retrospect of all this, they stop looking like jokes and comments and random comments and seem to look like they have intent against them. He's made this bed for himself.
Yeah, and I as I said, I think that's fair. Like, it is 100%, I think, the most reasonable thing to lean towards, that he was going to use that information in some sort of malicious way. But again, I just, in like good faith or whatever you want to fucking call it, like the best way to put it is like, just with like a clear conscience, I cannot make that assertion that he is going to be malicious, because like it never got to that point to where we could see, right? Like, or for making the assertion that he already had information at like before Goat sent him the picture, like because of some video, then at that point he had information. It sounds like before this supposed joke that Lumpy Willie made about the fucking, what's it called, LinkedIn, that Aiden, again, I think him saying the job thing and everything being a right-on guess, I do think that's fucking BS, right? But at the same time, to make the assertion that that is where that came from with Lumpy Willie, I just, it's hard, right? With that, I think we're talking in circles on that point. Future Nightmares is in waiting. He's been in waiting for like 15, 20 minutes. Do you mind if I pull him in?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
All right. Hello.
Oh, hi. How's it going?
What's up, Future?
Not too bad. I've just been like listening to this, and I don't know, like, has anybody asked you what What do you need out of Aiden for you to consider that he's actually taking accountability?
I need him to stop trying to find retroactive justifications. That's it.
What
That's it.
justifications has he been making?
So to begin with, it was I found a video and Goat sent me a picture. Then it became actually it's not doxing because Vlad and Kumu put her picture out first. And then there was also the stuff of, well, I just guessed her job, guys. Like, and now it's actually there's a Facebook comment where she publicly identifies herself and Lio agrees. I just need that, like, and we're 6 months in, and now we're getting this Facebook thing. I just need the retrospective justifications to stop. That's it. That's it.
Would that not be like taking accountability for like the fact that like now he's being open and clear that he got it from a Facebook account?
Well, he didn't get it from the Facebook account, though, did he?
Isn't that not what he said from like looking into like Lyle's public name on Facebook?
That's not where he got that information from.
Where did he get
He
that
said that
information from?
he got that information from a UTTP video, I believe, and Goat. That's where he got the information from. Those
So
are his
he-
sources.
So Goat told him as well what Lyle's
Goat
wife
sent
was doing for
him
a
the
job.
like a picture of Lio's wife's face.
Did Aiden know that it was from a UTTP video? Or was it just like he thought it was like some shitter commentary channel?
I think he just thought it was some shitter commentary video. Someone's just told me that it was a UTTP video. So,
Okay, so
yeah.
I mean, like, if it's from like, so hypothetically, let's say that it wasn't from him like looking into the Facebook account. It is the case that he found this UTTP video that he reacted to, but it was sent to him from Goat, right? Like, I don't see like how, again, like if he's admitted to the fact that he was being reckless or in spreading Lyle's wife's information, I don't see like what's the point of like, because like I've had conversations with Aiden in private.
Because the
And-
issue is the fact that it's the retrospective justifications of trying to turn her into a public figure and trying to make this information. Oh well, actually, this information's public. That's my issue.
Well, didn't Vlad make it public first? No.
Well, I'd say that Vlad was doxing at that point, yeah. But like we don't
Okay.
accept that, right? And that's why I'm saying it's spreading dox information. It doesn't suddenly become fully like public. And also, I believe in Vlad's video, it's just her face. Right?
But like you can still reverse image search that image to get their information. It's not
Sure,
hard.
but I think we'd call that doxing. If someone's got like, if you like take somebody's like a streamer's face and then reverse image search it and come across some ancient fucking account, you're like, well, their face is public, so now this old account and their name is public. No one would accept that. That's fucking mental.
I'm not disagreeing, but the thing is like, initially you were calling like Aiden a doxer at the time, right? And now you're saying that you've changed your position.
Yeah, I'd say
Would
it's
you be
spreading-
comfortable with
spreading-
saying that Vlad is also a doxer by that same
Yes.
virtue?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference between like what Vlad did versus what Aiden did?
Well, I think one of the big reasons that like this kind of you draw like some of the line is the justifications behind it. Aiden went down this route because Lio wouldn't get into a call with him and wouldn't talk to him. Vlad, like Lio at the time, Vlad thought that Lio was targeting his kids with CPS.
There was a fucking Lio. The way Lio worded
So-
something, Vlad thought he was going to get swatted, which ended up not being the case, which is why Vlad ended up taking the video down. Because Vlad operates on the eye for an eye kind of thing. So if what
Right,
he's
but
getting
would
at
that
first-
still not?
And I'd still call that
implement, like,
doxing.
malicious intent.
Yes, obviously.
Right. So I don't see like
The-
the
the-
thing where it's like you're okay
Future,
with
the
like
point of contention is that it's not that Beckett isn't willing to move on from what Aiden did. Beckett is overall just does not like that Aiden keeps trying to bring up things to clear himself of it. instead of just taking the accountability and moving on.
I
That's
don't
about
see
right.
where he's
Beckett.
hasn't though, because like again, like I've had plenty of
Every
conversations
time,
with Aiden
every
private.
time, yeah, but you can say, again, I had a private conversation with Aiden and this seemed fine. But every time we get this, oh, well, actually, there's a comment on Facebook. Oh, well, actually, this person did this. It's not an explanation, it's an excuse. That's my problem here. It's a very simple problem. Again, you can go and look at my tweet on this. You can go and look at the message I sent him in April. Just stop trying to retrospectively justify your actions as to why they're actually fine, and just take your lumps. That's it.
Has he ever
That's
said
all
what
I've
he
been
did was
saying.
fine though? Publicly?
It's like it's downplayed over time, basically. And every time, like again, the claim of it was in a Facebook account and this person is a public figure, that is a retrospective justification of the action.
Sorry, you want to repeat that one more time? You cut out for me.
So, turning around and saying, actually, there's a Facebook comment where they identify each other, that 6 months later is a retrospective justification of the action. Yes. That is a downplay. Because then it wouldn't be doxing at all, would it? It would just be, it's not doxing at all. It's like, well, actually, this is all public information.
Well, not necessarily, no. I feel like
Well, that's Aiden's argument.
well, he'd be arguing that he's spreading a dox, right?
Well, that's what I've said, and apparently Aiden now has a problem with that. That's what Vlad said, and Aiden's apparently fine with it. I don't know why. I've said I'm happy to walk back the position that Aiden is a doxer, and that it would be more appropriate to say that this is the spreading of doxed information.
From what I've seen, like, because like your guys' like argument on Twitter has been like popping back and forth.
Uh-huh.
I don't think Aiden has ever had the issue with being called like somebody who spread dox information. I think that the issue is that you're saying he was doing this out of malice was the contention. From what I recall, looking at like the occasional tweets back and forth.
Well, my original tweet that he like popped off at, I don't think I mentioned malice in there at all. I said targeting a family member, which he did, and to me, he didn't contest.
Yeah, which is true.
Quick.
It is. Here, I got it right here for you, Shrek.
Yeah, perfect.
My assumption, right, and if Aiden pulls in whatever, we'll get like the actual answer. I'll put it in side chat feature if you can. I don't know if you guys see side chat.
Let me just take a read at it.
I've not at any point in any of this said Aiden can't move past this or he's a non-person or anything like that.
I still align
Can you DM
it.
that to me for real quick because I can't load the live chat.
That's again, I feel like the semantics of it, Beckett, and I like again, Aiden can clarify it whenever he fucking talks on it, but I think it is who you're replying to, and bringing up the only thing I can see that maybe with what you said like triggers it a little bit would just be poking on again him not being able to accept it and just like move on, and then the part of again saying that targeting a family member is worse than doxing. Those three things, again, the person you're replying to or quote tweeting, whatever, the part of him not being able to move on, and then again that being worse than doxing. I think those three things really is like what sent him. I do think he misunderstood a little bit what you were saying, and is you trying to say that it's super fucking terrible. However, I think with those three things compounded, because like Future can attest to it, right? Future, you looking at the tweet, like look who Beckett's replying to. Like,
well, you're talking to Denal, who is like unequivocally star-based, who did dox Morale.
So, I think there's some compounding factors there that push Aiden in that direction. Because it
does.
I'm not
look
trying
like,
to pit
so
the blame
I'm just,
on
like,
you.
Looking...
I'm not going to try to pit the blame on you, Beckett. But with this like tweet calling Aiden out about it, I do think there's some sort of.
I don't even think that's a call out. That's an explanation of what the fuck has been happening for the last 6 months from my perspective.
Yeah, but like bringing up from things from your perspective, I think would be a call, because it's Aiden's inability to do or in terms of moving on, Aiden's inability to do that several fucking months was unbearable, but apparently he's attempting to do that. I'm happy to ease off ripping shit. So I think it's just
Yeah,
bringing it up.
I don't really see how that's
I
fucking
think it's
crazy.
just I just think it's the actor bringing it up. I don't know, right? Again, I'm not him. I can't rationalize it with his brain.
I'm just going back and forth between like your two posts. It looks like fundamentally this looks like a miscommunication between like what
I mean, he opens
I
it
can
by
see
saying he opens it by saying, "Oh, what the thing we were all joking, like agreed was a joke." I'm like, yeah, that's what I said in the tweet. What? Like, I'm like,
yeah,
yeah, it was like a crazy
again,
thing to
it's
say
like
in a call, but let's not make it something it's not.
right.
Vlad
It's
says, at worst, it's spreading docs information, which is what I said. And Aiden seemed fine with that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like looking back and forth between the tweets, it looks like either Aiden misread it, and it seems like this whole fucking debacle happens because Aiden misread something, and I can see like where he could have misread it, which is understandable, but this whole thing seems, frankly, to be honest with you, really gay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you. Like, again, it's why I'm tweeting about it rather than taking it like super crazy seriously. In the call we had, I laid all this out. I said to him in the call that I disagreed about the Facebook stuff. And I was like, yeah, at worst, it's spreading docs information. It would be unfair to just be like, Aiden went out and doxed Liar's wife. But my issue is the constant retrospective justifications and trying to weasel his way out of it. That's been my issue.
Well, don't you think so? Like, this has been going on since June 11th. It's now the 14th. So it's been 3 days. Do you think that, like, all of this could have just, like, been done and over with probably, like, the same day if you just, like, hopped into either, like, a live stream with them or just, like, a private call and be like, hey, let's hash this fucking out one final time. Make sure that we're all both on the same page.
Yeah, look, probably. Listen, I've already owned the position that I'm being a dick about this. It annoyed me. I'm not like trying to play myself as some kind of like hero who's being attacked here. It really fucking annoyed me that he like I tweeted out this clarification and he went fucking ape shit on me over what I feel like was exactly what we said in this call. Yeah, it pissed me off. So it probably could have been over in a day. I think everyone who's phoned in and been like, oh, you know, couldn't you do this? Yes, obviously. I've not said anything different. I'm not pretending like I'm doing this is like I'm just too big and busy. No, I'm doing it to fucking annoy him. I'm being a dick. Once again, do I need to be clearer on this?
But
completely
I guess
the
the
position.
implication is like, why though? It's just like I don't know if anybody
because
asked
it
you that,
feels
it's
like
just
this.
why.
We've been doing this for the last because again, it feels like the same thing that I've had an issue with for the past several months. Aiden is doing again. If Aiden had just come out in the tweet and said, "Yeah, Beckett and I talked. He's got his issues, but he's not calling me a doxer anymore," as I said, Beckett has walked back the position and apologized for just saying that I'm a doxer and like outright saying that, I wouldn't have had any problems.
Sure, I guess. Yeah, it just seems like this could have been like really easily cleared up with just like either like one call or like one quote tweet.
Probably.
So, clarification, like that's not what I said in my tweet.
Probably.
And then,
okay, yeah,
I feel like in the end,
I don't
like you would have
disagree
just like if you wanted to annoy Aiden more, in my personal opinion, just like the clarification to make him look like a retard would just be like much better, more satisfying in the end than just a 4-day long fucking drama.
Yeah, but
over something really gay.
Yeah, but I get bored on Twitter sometimes. I'm not listen. I'm not playing like I'm the bigger person here. I'm being a dick. Yeah.
I guess fair enough. This is just really fucking gay, dude. I don't know what else to say, man. This is like.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't disagree with you. It just feels like this is the same thing that happens every time I deal with Aiden. I'll say something to Aiden. I'll have a conversation with him, and then it will be fine. And then 2 to 3 days later, it'll be a fucking problem again. I'm sick of it. Like, how many fucking conversations have I had with Aiden where I've clarified something or like made something clear and everything's been fine, or he agrees with me, and then we're back in the same place fucking 3 days later to a week. This happens over and over and over again, Future. This isn't an isolated incident. This happens all the fucking time. I am tired of it. It is fucking exhausting.
Sure. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know like how often you guys talk behind the scenes about like litigating the same thing over and
This
over.
happened all the way through the Lio fucking drama. Beckett, get on call. Beckett, come and talk to me. Beckett, what about this thing? And then I'd explain this thing. It'd be fine. And then 3 days later, it would be brought up again, over and over and over and over again. That's why I got pissed off. And then the same thing happened with this. It was, oh yeah, this thing happened, guys. I accept accountability. Here's my response stream. I've talked to Dickers. And then it became endless retrospective justifications. It's the same shit. It doesn't. I feel okay. So here's my position. I feel like there is no call I can get in to Aiden with, public or privately, which will resolve the issue. Because whatever we say in that call, I will end up in the same position that in a week's time, at best a month, it'll be relitigated again. Because that has been my experience with Aiden. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what he says. It doesn't matter what happens in the call or the debate or anything else. It is endlessly relitigated. He loops constantly, and then he'll go back and change his position. The Facebook is a changed position. It's completely new. The new way, the reason why he's like vindicated.
Do you think that like a lot of the relitigation, and again, like I guess I'm part of your community, right? Is that like you do have people within your community that will publicly call Aiden a doxer?
Ignore them.
Or
ignore them. There's people in every community who say shit. What are we doing?
Right.
The fuck are you
But
talking?
like what I'm
Sorry, I'm getting annoyed at you. But like, and I don't mean to. But like, it's
No,
like, what the fuck are we
but
doing?
just
We're
let me, like,
content creators.
clarify.
There are people in every community. It's like, yes, there are going to be people who call him a doxer, whatever I say, whatever he says, in the same way that there are going to be people who endlessly bring up Stardust or endlessly bring up like, I don't know, fucking random dramas I've been in years ago. That's the game. If you can't deal with that, you probably shouldn't be doing this.
But what I'm trying to say is like, but by not like people in your community, like not like a random shitter. I'm talking about like people like Vlad was calling Aiden a doxer publicly. Would like,
but Vlad
like,
also walked back his position and was like, "It's a worth spreading dox info," and Aiden seemed fine with that.
Which was recent when they were on Himpleton's stream debating about
sure,
a very specific subject.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree. Having talked to Aiden, it is fairer to say it is spreading dox information. That me calling Aiden an outright doxer was an unfair thing to do. I did it purely because I was fucking annoyed at him, and I wasn't as careful as I'd normally be. Yeah. I mean, again, in my response to an tweet, yes, we talked. Yes, it would be fairer to say that he's spreading dox information. That is a walk back of the position.
I mean, I don't want to, because again, Beckett, I like you, and I think we're like fairly good friends.
You're not going to piss me off. I'm just like,
who knows? Maybe this one comment might. Who knows? Bridge burned after this one. Do you think that like because you said that you called Aiden a doxer because you're annoyed with him, is that not a form of malice in the sense that you inherently basically called Aiden a doxer falsely?
So there's two parts to this. When this first happened, I completely forgot about Vlad's video with like Elia's wife face in it. I just forgot about it. I should have taken more. I think I did clarify. I think you can go back and check the streams, and I think at points I do clarify that this is probably closer to spreading dogs information. Even back in those earlier streams, you have to check. But yes, absolutely, I was pissed off. I was not as careful as I should have been, and I guess I apologize for that. I think I apologized to Aiden in the call for it. I shouldn't have done that because accuracy is important to me. Right? I'm not doing this and being like, I'm not taking any L's at all. Yeah, I should have been way more careful. I was pissed off with Aiden constantly retrospectively trying to justify this shit, and that made me pissy and careless. And I moved from honestly engaging with Aiden to just ripping the shit out of him. I think I've said this on stream. In fact, I know I've said this in one of the streams. I was like, I'm not engaging with Aiden seriously at this point. Fuck him.
I believe you said that like I think it was like the second stream or whatever. I remember watching it at the time.
Yeah, so it's not like I've lied about this. I'm not like I'm being super clinical about this. I'm like, no, fuck Aiden. I'm going to be a total dick about this now. I've been public about it, for fuck's sake.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is just all so gay, man. It's so fucking gay. Sorry, but it's just hard not to laugh because it's just like.
Yeah, no,
again,
listen, I don't disagree with you.
I mean, I guess you kind of answered all my questions. I don't really know if I have anything else, but nice chatting with you, Beckett.
Listen,
Sure,
if I'll say this, like, if Aiden wants to get a call, if Aiden misread the tweet and then was like, "You're a dick, Beckett. You should have just tweeted at me like you misread that tweet. This is clearly what we fucking agreed in the call, and I'm fine with Vlad saying it. If that's the case, I'll apologize. Okay?
sure. I mean, like again, like
Yeah.
I mean, to be clear, I'm not like defending Aiden like in terms of like the doxing stuff, or like the spreading the dox. I've never done that. I in fact when Aiden and I first got into like a private call with each other, I actually made fun of him for like about an hour. It's really funny. Um, but again, like I think that I mean, I don't really have to say it again. I mean, I'm just gonna be repeating myself over and over again. But
Sure.
Yeah, it was nice chatting with you, Beckett. I hope
No stress.
hopefully hopefully nothing between us is burned by the end
Yeah,
of this.
I mean,
but-
I don't mind answering these questions. Again, I'll get in calls with basically everybody. It's just
Yeah, fair
Aiden
enough.
in specific. I'm just tired of the looping. It's every conversation with Aiden. And if I thought it would do any good, which I feel like I tried. Like, we got into a call, we talked about this. I feel like things were pretty fucking clear, and now it's a problem. It's like, it doesn't give me a great amount of faith in getting another call with him.
Is this
I might
call
do.
public?
Look, you know. No, it's private. Neither of us recorded it.
Allegedly.
But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious because like I mean, usually like I mean, you know me, I'm a researcher. I want all the information, right? So
Yeah, sure.
But
I mean, all I can say, I mean, again, he seemed fine with Vlad taking the position that it would be more accurate to spreading docs information. That's on stream. He said, "Well, Vlad's walked back his position. That's Vlad's current position, so that's what he's calling a walk back." I would describe myself as walking back a position, and like saying, "Yes, I shouldn't have just called it doxing. I was being unfair." Yeah, I feel like that is a walk back. And that's in the tweet. There are other issues I have with what Aiden did, and it's important that I haven't walked those back. Which again is what I said to Aiden. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't feel like any of this is that complicated.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't really have anything else. Thank you, Mr. Ina, for letting me on. I'll probably chat with you
Of
later.
course.
But
Yeah.
have a good night, or I guess for you, Beckett, good morning. And morning as well for me. Anyways,
Yeah.
see you guys.
Bye. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone else who wants to call in. I'm sure you're fucking over it anyways. So I want to show you something funny.
Sure.
Just because,
Go ahead.
you know, to end on a light note. So it was brought to my
Listen, I'm sure
attention.
there'll be other things that will come out of this, and people will like talk
It's
about
okay.
it afterwards.
It'll
It's
buff.
fine.
Aiden's you gotta react to it,
It's fine.
and then I guess it'll prepare you for your conversation with him.
Yeah, again, I'm happy to talk to him, but this time we have to do something else alongside it. Morale can say that's gay. It might well be, but I'm tired of having fucking boring conversations with Aiden. So
Yeah.
I need an additional incentive. I'm not even asking to be paid. People offered money, I turned it down, but we need to do something. Okay?
Yeah. So you know, Slug, this is, don't worry, this is all bit, so none of what I'm about to say is serious. But Slug has his terrible background, right? He left the internet, or we thought, anyways. Ends up that Slug is actually an evil DDoSer and computer hacker as well. If you pull up the stream in the Discord,
Give me a second.
he's an evil man. Okay, and
Okay.
we thought it ended with him, going over all that shit with Fauci and his doc situation from years ago. No, it didn't in there. Fuck, where's my window capture? There it is. So this is Scarlet Reaper's channel, and he did a stream yesterday, I guess. And during the stream, he talks about how, I guess, he's like blaming Slug for his stream lagging and then files missing off his computer. And I just wanted to show you because it's funny.
Yeah, I fucking deleted Discord.
Oh, that's funny. Hold on.
There's a reason why I fucking deleted Discord. Okay, so the video's gone. No, the DMs are gone. What the hell? They're gone. Oh my god, either someone hacked into... Guys, I feel like Slug tried to hack into my computer. Yep, because I can't see shit anymore. And, yeah, my files are gone. Someone hacked into my computer. They deleted everything. I can't find the screenshots.
It is quite. This is as loud as the video is, guys. Okay, fucking deal with it.
That just kind of shows, really, that, someone's been jacking to my shit. So then I don't get to fucking cover this. Yep. Wait, what's this? What does I find? No, that's
But yeah, he's like Slug hacked my shit, and then let me find the part. Fucking transcript. You think YouTube transcripts knows what DDoS is? No. Okay. Because he also tries to say Slug for doxing. Oh, here it is. Yeah.
amazing. We're still being DDoSed. Thank you, Slug, by the way. Thank you, Slug. Guys, shout out to Slug Entertainment for doxing me. I mean, DDoSing me. Anyway, she was like, "Hi, Craig. Oh my gosh, Craig."
Oh
hi.
yeah, no, dude. He's fighting all like these demons he makes up in his head, man.
Dude.
Like, this guy is not okay. Like, we knew that. We knew, like, we've known that, Scarlet isn't okay after, like, the fourth channel and, like, 20th ult. But, like, I don't understand the part with Slug. I really don't. He has a big fixation on Slug right now. So.
What, Scarlet?
Yeah, he has a big fixation on Slug right now for some reason. But I guess it's because, like,
Fuck, I don't know.
I think it's because he's mad that Slug left the internet before fully releasing the Fauci logs. Because, like, obviously Scarlet was gonna try to run with all that.
I mean, they'll get put out. They'll get put out eventually, I'm sure. Like
Yeah,
the
but-
touch graph server that they had, which was basically
The doc
was
server.
that a really old server. Yeah, it was their research one, which was people like KJ, Diesel was in there, Falgi, Cloudy, Kari. It was that old one. Like interestingly, like from that drama, that was like the original server, but it wasn't like the one that caused all of this like fallout to actually happen, which was like the friendship server, which has gone and deleted, as I understand it.
So, I final closing question, actually, real quick. What allowed, not really allowed, like, for you to move on, like, past everything with that, regarding, like, again, like, KJ being one of the people. I'm sure he's a cool guy, from I've heard, and I'm not trying to like
Mhm.
give him any hate, but the people that were part of like researching these people and getting the docs information for these creators, what was your, I guess, reasoning for that, right? In terms of
So I guess when we look at like Lio or Vlad or other people who go and gather like docs information at various points, I think it's fine. And I know someone's mad at me at the moment because of something I've said during this, but I want to be clear. I'm not like, and I've said this, right? Like Vlad going after Lio's wife is also malicious when he did it. It's also I call it doxing. I'm not trying to downplay it. It's just not like a focus. But yeah, it's obviously malice. The difference that with which we treat researchers, and particularly with like KJ was in Tyler's community at the time, he's in this weird fucking leftist community. The ideal is that if you bring people in to do research, you teach them the rules, and you shouldn't have this stuff in a Discord, just essentially unsecured. It was massively fucking irresponsible, but it comes down to Falgi in the same way that in that call that Aiden has, people aren't going after Goat or Lumpy Willy for it. The responsibility is Falgi's. Now, the other element with KJ is he doesn't do research work like that anymore. He's not.
Well,
He's not
yeah.
like he's out, and it was years ago at this point. And he's not doing it.
Well, to be fair,
Right.
like during the Scarlet stuff,
So
I guess Scarlet's about 2 years ago now. Holy fuck. Um, but like, I know that's like one of the recent events, right? And I know there was the other researchers like Nani and everyone at the time back during the Scarlet
KJ
time.
isn't going out on his own volition.
Yeah, but I think it's a
To be
personal
like
morals
to.
thing. Like,
I think you can have that. Yeah, that
he's a
position.
grown man. Like he can choose
Yeah,
what he
sure.
does.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
like,
sure. Like again, like if people want to be like what KJ did was unacceptable and fuck KJ,
I'm not saying that at all.
I mean, but I think
right?
but I think it's, I think the baseline is, yeah, it's the intent and the malice. Like when Falgi comes in and goes and asks for that information, KJ's responsibility was to tell him no and fuck off. But like Falgi is the one who is going and trying to dig up information on people. Falgi is like the creator. It's his face. He's the one who gets burned for all this. And yeah, that's pretty much where I stand. It's also like, yes, people change and reform and get better over time, hopefully.
Yeah,
Right, I
I
think
mean,
I've said
like
this
even
with
like with
Slug.
Slug, right? Like yeah. Like Slug's a
Yeah.
good example of that kind of like like my only gripe with Slug was just how annoying he was when it came to releasing the Fauci stuff, right? But like it's very performative, you know. That was my only gripe with him. Like it had nothing to do with his past fucking dramas. So
Yeah. Sometimes things will happen, not everything's public, but yeah, I don't take this stuff lightly. With KJ doesn't research for me. He runs my clip channel. And he got fucked over very badly. Like that environment was kind of fucked up. I have heard bits about what was in that Touchgrass server. I have spoken to people about it, and to the people involved. Obviously, like I went to Himpleton, right? And talked to Himpleton about it and got Himpleton the call with Falgi. But yeah, I mean, with KJ and other people in that server, I think the responsibility is on Falgi, not the random people, not random fucking chatters essentially doing research work for him. You should have lines with this stuff. If a creator like requests PII, you shouldn't work with them and you should blacklist them. KJ was like badly taught and trained in that like element, but I don't know.
So
Other people, like again, like Vlad, and Lio, yeah, like just being like, there's doxing there, there's malice there.
okay.
I'm not disagreeing at all.
Yeah, and again, I know your main point of contention is just the ownership of what happened and what the person did. So, but in the vein of like the Fauci server shit, I guess why hasn't there been as much of a push for, on all ends really, and most of the creators, for those servers to like the logs be released, kind of like how there was a mass push for like the snarky chat logs to be released.
I think it comes down to the person, with your information. To be clear, from what I understand, there was like doxing in that server.
In which
or
server?
like gathering of in
Start.
Touchgrass.
Okay.
No, okay. I don't know what the fuck happened in Snark. I'm seeing that. But it's things like Himpleton, and then Himpleton's informed, and he can do what he wants with it. There were other people who also had personal information there. They've been informed, and then they can take the actions that they want to. Some of them don't want to talk about it. Though, I should be clear, for all the research logs, at least that I'm aware of, mostly it's public stuff. Mostly it's not like doxing. It is literally just research documents badly. Like some of the other stuff is badly handled, but it is largely a research server, right? So I think, as far as I'm aware, in that entire Touchgrass server, there are maybe 3 instances of doxing. That's my understanding. Now, the server itself is being redacted and will be put out.
Is there a timeline for that?
I don't know. It's nothing to do with me.
Oh, okay. Who is redacting it?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Like, it goes, Slug handed it off.
Oh, okay.
I think maybe Monstrous and Saint have
Oh,
it.
joy.
And
Oh,
might be redacted.
joy.
So, but like, there's a load of people who are just like, I don't know, people's family members or like random friends to Cloudy, and their information, their like handles and things that should be redacted because it was a friend server. They shouldn't have any personal information in there blasted out on the internet. They haven't done anything. So that should be redacted and handled carefully. It's not the same as Snarky Chat. There are just normies in there.
Yeah, but it's just
yeah.
a matter of how it's conducted, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sure.
no, I think there could be better people handling the redactions of those logs at this point.
Maybe, but like I'll be honest
it's just
with
a
you,
bias.
like,
It's just a bias.
yeah, I mean, I think they're fine.
I just
I
have a
don't.
personal bias against people that
Yeah.
are emotionally driven, and act
Yeah,
upon things
sure.
like that. So
It's like one of the folders in there is apparently like like one of the threads in there is a Queeman thread, and it's like empty, for example. It's stuff like that.
I'll probably end stream first and then talk to you a little bit more about stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Real quick, but yeah, I think I'm done with stream. So chat, like the stream.
Nothing's wrong with Monstrous. Monstrous is base. I'm just tired, but yeah, like I think Monstrous is fine handling it. So, yeah.
Ace, to answer your question, I've had one-off bad experiences. I think with about everyone involved with Falgi's like mod circle and friend circle like that. So I just have a bias. So I think that is why. So I don't think it's anything more than that. I just have had bad encounters with people, and I would rather people that I have not had bad encounters with handle things like that. So then I can not feel like I'm being snarked or something. I don't know. I'm being emotionally driven at the moment. Okay. Because I'm tired. But yeah, go
freestyle.
Okay, here. Go everyone go to fucking Nos's channel. Go to Nos's stream, tell him hello. I don't know what the fuck he's going over, probably Ethan Klein shit. Go to his stream, tell him hello. I can't raid yet. I don't have the amount of subs for it, so fuck YouTube. But go to his stream, tell him Inut says hi nut. Okay. Bye bye.